So, Chapter 9, Land Use Regulations and Environmental Issues. In this chapter, we're going to go over private land use controls and the government powers relating to public land use controls. And we're going to describe environmental issues and hazardous substances that are used in construction and found in the environment that are not necessarily man made that we need to deal with. And we're going to go over legislation, federal legislation, and landmark preservation and historic district properties. We're going to go over all that stuff. So let's get started here with land use controls. The ownership rights a person possesses in a parcel of real estate are subject to public and private land use controls, including things like zoning ordinances and building codes or deed restrictions that are placed in deeds by private parties. These are ways of controlling the land. So, the ownership rights that a person possesses in a parcel of real estate are subject to these public and private land use controls like the zoning ordinances, building codes, deed restrictions. And this unit discusses private land use controls, government powers, and all kinds of environmental issues. So, without further ado, deed restrictions can only be placed in deeds by private parties and not by government. Government has their own powers on how they could control what you do with your property. Um, so these restrictions placed in deeds by private parties are called restrictive covenants. A covenant is a legal promise that the buyer, agreed to abide by when the seller sold them the property with those restrictions in it. And if they violate those restrictions, um, they could possibly lose the property. Illegal restrictions in deeds, of course, that violate the law are unenforceable. They're not enforceable. Um, Deed restrictions, once they're added, they run with the land. They pass on from one owner to the next, unless they were subject to some sort of time limitations or the happenings of a current event, which we'll refer to them as sunset clauses. So let's highlight there, if you haven't already, that deed restrictions are placed on property by private parties and not by governments. And those restrictions are known as restrictive covenants. And unless otherwise stated, they're binding on all future owners and they run with the land. You want to write that in there, run with the land. So, who can enforce deed restrictions? Well, the book tells a little story about developers, and it talks about developers commonly putting restrictions in deeds that could limit the lot sizes so they can't be further subdivided, et cetera, et cetera. So, that's why they say neighbors or the original subdivider can enforce deed restrictions through court action. But also the owner who put it in there that may have not been a developer, a remainder man, heirs, or devisees can also enforce deed restrictions. So you may want to write that in there. Owners, remainder man, heirs, and devisees can also enforce restrictions placed in deeds. Just let me know when you guys got that.
Got it.
Okay. So the government has their own powers on how they can restrict how you use your property, your own property. Um, you know, before we start getting into this, it used to be that in these classes we used to teach how property ownership worked throughout the world and then how it worked here in the United States. There's different types of ownership of land. Um, some places throughout the world they have kings and queens and emperors, uh, and they allow you to use their land, but you don't have true ownership of it. Like take a look for China, for example. They don't allow people to truly own the land. They own it for 60 years at a time. The emperor grants them permission to own the property for 60 years, and after 60 years, well, they could grant them another 60 years of ownership. But it's not a true ownership of the land. Um, so uh, in the United States, that's called the feudal system. When you have kings, queens, and emperors, it's called the feudal system. In the United States, we have something called the allodial system, where you have a true ownership of land, but still is subject to some governmental controls and powers. Um, so we're going to go over some of those government controls and powers right now. And the first one is police power. The police power is passed on from the federal government down to the states and counties and municipalities. It allows them to make legislation for the general welfare of the public. It allows them to place restrictions on properties and how they could be used, which includes, zoning ordinances and police power. Are police allowed to just come onto your property just like that, just like it sounds, policing? Um, Environmental protection laws, zoning and building ordinances that regulate the use, size, occupancy, and construction of the real estate. Um, or even if you're allowed to rent it, you have to, in some instances, you need to get permission from the local government to rent your own land. And why is that? Well, that's in places where the everybody voted to have the government have that kind of control over us. You know, we got people all the time that say, "Oh, there should be a law." Somebody gets hurt because somebody did something stupid, and instead of saying, "Well, most people need to have a little bit of uh, responsibility for what they do," so they say, "Oh, there should be a law. We need a nanny to take care of us." And when they do that, politicians are more than happy to say, "Okay, sure, we'll take your rights away and we'll become your nanny. You want to give us more control over you? Sure, no problem. We'll create a law that could then regulate you." And this is why we need to get permission from the municipality before we could even rent the property that we own. And then you need to get it inspected because somebody is like, "Oh, there should be a law." You know, that this is how these laws come about. Me personally, I'm for smaller government. I own property. I should be able to do with it whatever the hell I want. But somebody did something stupid and irresponsible, and then people cry, "There should be a law." And then they give up more rights to the government. And when the government abuses those rights, then they bitch and complain. you know, it's a vicious circle. So, eminent domain is another power of the government to seize the property uh, from a private person if it's needed for a greater public good. But the owner must be justly compensated for that property, whatever its value is. They can't just take it from you. The actual process of taking the property through the court system is called condemnation. So, eminent domain is the power of the government to take the property from a private individual, and condemnation is the actual taking of the property through the court system. Um, Now, who has the power of eminent domain? Well, eminent domain is granted to government and certain quasi governmental authorities like public utility companies, land clearance commissions, railroads, public housing and redevelopment authorities, right? So, can I, Victor Kaminsky, take away your property?
No,
I can't.
unless.
Well, unless
But you
is
as an individual can't. Hold on. So when someone dies intestate and no heirs can be located. Uh,
oh, no, we're still up on this one, eminent domain. Can
yeah,
I
so I
take
don't see why
away
you could. Power to seize privately owned property for the greater good of the public, but the owner must receive just compensation. The process is taking, yeah, you can't. You can't. The government could. Am I
um
wrong?
well, if I know who has the power of eminent domain and I go schmooze on them, you know, I can convince them that it's in the greater public's good for them to use their power to take your property and turn it over to me. And then I'll just tear down whatever's there and I'll put up some multifamily houses and sell it. And then the greater good for the public will be they could get more money in taxes. That doesn't seem right, does it?
No.
I mean, I can understand because they need that property because that's where they're going to put an entrance to a tunnel or a bridge or something like that or a highway ramp, right? But why would they take my property like that? Should that be allowed for them just to be able to take your property like that? Well, there was a court case. If we take a look here on page 147, there was actually a court case called Kelo versus New London, where the person argued. Let me take a look at this. The person argued New London is a city in Connecticut, and it used its eminent domain authority to seize private property to sell to a private developer. The city said developing the land would create jobs and increase tax revenues. Suzette Kelo and others whose property was seized sued New London in state court. The property owners argued the city violated their Fifth Amendment's taking clause, which guaranteed the government will not take private property for public use without just compensation. Specifically, the property owners argued taking the private property to sell to a private developer, that's not really a public use. And the Connecticut Supreme Court and eventually the US Supreme Court ruled 5-favor in favor of New London. So after the court's decision, the city allowed the private developer to proceed with its plans. However, the developer was unable to obtain financing and eventually abandoned the project, and the city got stuck with it. So the city took away the property, paid those people for the property, and now it still sits there as undeveloped, empty lots. But there was a precedent that was set by the court case, nonetheless, that allows the governmental authorities, the local governments, to take away your property and then hand it over to a developer. That set the precedent right there in
Crazy.
2005, that court case, Kelo versus New London. So, yeah, they can take your property if they want it. I can take your property if I just go schmooze with politicians in town saying, hey, it's going to create additional tax dollars for you. And that's for the general good of the public. And then you could use that money for whatever the hell you want, right? And so there you go. There you have it. Properties can be taken by eminent domain just because. It's wrong, but there was a precedent set, and they set that precedent there in Connecticut. And now the whole country got to follow it. So, taxation is a charge used to fund the operation of government. That's another form of government power, taxation, right? Um, Government taxation is used to fund the operation of government. Now, what do you think government's role should be in our lives? Should it be this ever expanding creature that gets invasive in all aspects of our life, being our nanny? Or should the government just be there really to protect us from, foreign wars and things of that nature? Uh, Maybe help feed the homeless and house people in need. But, uh, you know, other than that, government should pretty much stay out of our lives. They pretty much destroy everything they touch, everything from schools to you name it. And when government has their fingers too deep in our pockets and in our all busy in our lives, um, things generally don't get better. Look, when our country started almost 250 years ago. Next year, I believe, is going to be the 250th year of our nation. Um, we actually started a war with Britain to break away from Britain over taxes. Remember the Boston Tea Party? And how much was that tax that they were charging? What was it, 1%, 2%? We started a war over that. How much is the government getting of your income these days? How much are they charging you for property taxes? Way too damn much, especially here in New Jersey, right? We've had wars started for less, but now we're just submissive to them. We're like, oh, they're our leaders. What are you going to do? And then you get people that are like, there should be laws. We need them to be our nannies, you know? Um, So therefore, taxation was born. We have taxation. And then escheats is when somebody dies without a will, intestate, they call that. And no heirs step forward to claim your assets. The state will sell them at auction and then keep the money if nobody steps forward to claim it within a year. So that's what escheat is, the government's power to get your property. If you die without a will, property doesn't just sit there, they'll sell it, uh, put it back into circulation so someone else can use it. But they'll hold on to the money, and if nobody claims it, then they keep it and use it. Another reason why you need to have a will, if you don't. All right, so those are the police power. Those are the different government powers. They give you the acronym PEAT there to remember it: police power, eminent domain, taxation, and escheat. And remember, condemnation is the court proceeding to actually seize the property using the government's power of eminent domain. Okay. So let me turn the slide and we can do some highlights now in the book. Let me know when you got these and I'll change the slide so you get the other two.
Got it?
Okay. And here are the other two. I just put a highlighted, or I just put a box around this paragraph, just shows you who has the powers of eminent domain.
Got it. Thank you.
Now, they also have an interesting comment here. We don't need to know this for exams, but it actually is good to know for just for business. Another type of taking occurs when the government changes the rules that severely limit how people's properties can be used. They may be changing zoning laws or building codes, etc. The property owner can bring an inverse condemnation suit when the government actions take away all or a substantial or all reasonable uses of the property, and it appears the government does not intend to bring eminent domain proceedings or offer compensation. They basically created so much over regulation and red tape that you can't. They render your property useless. So they're basically devaluing your property because you can't use it because of all the government regulations, whether it's environmental stuff or whatever reasons they are, zoning ordinances, building codes. Um, they basically condemned your property inversely. So, but they didn't compensate you for it. So the private owner can sue the government, the local government, for inverse condemnation, but they need to prove that they took away its value and use. And that shouldn't be too hard to do when they do it. And then you could force the government to pay you for taking away that ability to use your own property. Now, taxation is the right of the government to raise funds to meet the public needs of a government. And state laws provide for escheat when somebody dies intestate and no heirs can be located. All right.
Got it.
Got all that stuff down?
Yes.
All right. So
Got it.
once again, there's the slide with all the governmental powers if you want to snap a picture of them and have them all there on one slide, or if you just got them highlighted in your book and you could do your own notes. It's up to you. Okay.
Kevin, were you gonna say? It sounded like Kevin was trying to say something.
Good.
I'm good. I got it. I went
Okay.
all over this chat through YouTube last night, so I can just highlight.
Okay.
All right.
And okay, so public land use controls, municipalities, your local government, your municipalities, they all have master plans on how they're going to manage their municipalities. Every municipality has a master plan. Every county has a master plan, every state has a master plan, and the federal government has a master plan. Master plan is, how are you going to manage your community? How are you going to manage your municipality? Everything, covering everything from schooling and healthcare and feeding the public to dealing with the waste that the humans create, whether it's sewage or other garbage that waste. How are we controlling the roads and all that stuff? Housing, what happens in case of an emergency, whether it's a natural emergency or if it's war. Every municipality has a master plan on how they're going to manage their local communities. And then they submit that master plan to the county. County creates a master plan, they submit it to the state. State has a master plan, they can submit it to the federal government. So the government's aware of how all communities are going to be managed. Now, zoning ordinances, these are laws of the local governmental authorities, the municipalities and counties, regulating and controlling designated districts, which they call zones. Now, the use of the land within these zones is what is being controlled here. The structures and what can be built and where and what use they can be used for. And here's seven of the common zoning classes. We have residential, commercial, mixed use, industrial, institutional, recreational, and governmental use. But there's other subclasses of zoning as well, like residential, because you have a land that is zoned residential. Does that mean you could build any kind of residential building on it? No. There's different subclasses of zoning for one family, two family, apartment buildings, high rises, things of that nature. So there are subclasses of zoning as well. And I usually give this zoning map from my town of Linden. There's a link here where you guys can take a look at it. And this is the zoning map from my town. Now, through the browser, this may be a little bit difficult to navigate. So let me pull it up from my computer because, as you can see in the browser window,
okay.
In the browser window, it could be a little bit difficult for me to be zooming in and moving around in this. It's better off just to download it. So let me go to let me minimize all these slides and stuff here and go to the my desktop and take a look at that. I'll open that up from the computer where you could see it bigger. Geez, I got to put this in the same folder where I got my slides because I always end up needing this. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So here's the zoning map for my town, and there's a legend in the upper right hand side here because it's color coded. And if you zoom in, let me minimize the videos here. You could zoom in over here, you could see all the different color codes, what they mean for commercial districts, retail, industrial, light industrial. Single family requiring 50-foot of frontage is zone R1A, residential 1A. R2A is single family two family requiring a 50-foot frontage. 2B, two-family requiring 40 foot of frontage, and so on and so forth. Apartment buildings, redevelopment districts, residential office and commercial districts, etc.
How
Runway
often has
protected
this
zone.
changed? Like I imagine it's not done just once, but
Well, they can
is it
redraw
updated
them.
on any like
Not
set
as often
sequence?
as you
Okay.
not as often as you think, but they may like uh rezone certain properties, or maybe certain like slight areas if they're going to redo and change an area for construction because they're going to build a development somewhere. Uh,
Yeah.
then it could go before the city council and they could vote and they could maybe change the zoning and something. But it's got to go before the zoning board of appeals. It's got to go through a whole governmental process to change the zoning. You know,
Got it.
I live in this section of town, so this section is zoned R1A. That's residential, one families that require 50 foot of frontage in order to have a house on. You know,
Got it.
what is this? C2. Well, in order to find out what this area is, zone C2 along St. George Avenue here, Route 27. We could go to, let's see, that's like a dark green C2. Let's go
Mm-hmm.
take a look at C2 on here. What is that? C2 is retail commercial. That's along the main road. So that's the retail properties, all those commercial properties there. So that's the way you could take a look of where it is. And this area is kind of sticking out over here with these dark dotted lines. So what is that? Let's take a look. If you go to the legend, that's a runway protection zone. That's the airport. So that's the Linden, where the Linden Airport is on Route just next to Route 1, right? But the runway protection zone goes way beyond the runway. It goes on across the highway because these are the areas where planes are more likely to have accidents, either taking off or landing. So for the long distances, both at the ends of the runway and to the sides, where the planes can veer off a little bit. These are runway protection zones. These are areas where you can't build the buildings taller because, planes need to come in at an angle, right? Um, and these are the areas that may have a little more zoning restrictions because of the being its proximity to the airport. Okay, this is just to give an example of showing you the different zoning. What is R2B? All this red. See all this red? That's all R2B. What is R2B? Let's take a look. Residential 2B, that's residential two-family houses with at least 40 foot of frontage. Okay, so those areas in red, that's all residential, at least two-family homes there. Okay, that's how you read a zoning map. Just want to show you what it looked like. Okay,
Cool. Thank you.
let me pull. Oh, I got to find the slide that we left off on.
Page 148 in my book.
Yeah, no, it's the slide I gotta find. There we go. So here's the slide we left off on. So we got those different classes of zoning. So zoning ordinances are laws of the local governments authorities, such as municipalities and counties that regulate and control the land and the use of the structures in those areas within designated districts that they call zones. So that's what zoning laws are. Okay, it tells you what kind of structure can be built where and what purpose it could be used for. The New Jersey, uh, we first created zoning laws here. I think in 1967 was the first zoning law that was created. Was in Trenton. Yep. So first introduced in 1967. So Trenton at the time they were the only municipality with a zoning law. Once they introduced and passed zoning laws in New Jersey, um, every municipality has their own. It's not like one universal zoning law that all municipalities follow. Each municipality has their own ways on how to manage their land. It's public land management. So they could dictate what kind of structure can be built where and what purpose it could be used for. Wait a minute, it's my property. Shouldn't I be able to build whatever the hell I want on it? Well, no, because somebody said there should be a law. And then government said, okay, we're more than happy to take control over your property and tell you what you could do with it. So zoning ordinances were created. Um, and now people complain when they got to pay for a permit to build a shed in their backyard or something like that. But who gave them that authority to do that? Well, the voters did. So see how politics plays a close role into real estate. These are all political issues. When you give that power to the government, you're giving it to politicians, and they're more than happy to take powers away from you and take control, to have more control over you. So exclusionary zoning, when you give politicians powers, there's a possibility that it could go to their head and they could abuse it. Sure. If you recall exclusionary zoning from chapter 4, the discrimination chapter, exclusionary zoning is a discriminatory zoning practice that was outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions. That it's a zoning power abuse requiring larger lot sizes anywhere in the municipality, effectively pricing poor people out of those neighborhoods who cannot afford to buy a larger lot to build a house on. So they didn't have a range of zoning throughout the municipality. So the practice of exclusionary zoning was outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions. Now, when I tell this story, it's not about it's not that the town was trying to keep poor people out. They're a big, bad, rich town trying to keep all the poor people out. It was actually a fairly poor town to begin with. This was one of the end routes of the Underground Railroads from back in the days when people were slaves down at the South and they were escaping to the North to get their freedom, right? Well, Mount Laurel, New Jersey was one of the end routes for the Underground Railroad. We played a big part in that. And then those former slaves, a lot of them settled here in New Jersey. Some of them then just used it as a stopping point, a layover before they went and settled other places throughout the country. But we had a lot of families and generations there in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, that had a lot of homes built really close to each other, small homes built close to each other because there were no zoning laws back then. And then over time, the town of Mount Laurel said, hey, listen, we need to really build up our infrastructure, improve our schools, our roads, our policing, our fire. How do municipalities get the money to do that stuff? To improve taxes, property taxes, exactly. But property taxes are based on what?
Value, the assessed value.
The value of the property. There you go. So there's nothing they could do about the existing homes. There's only something they could do about the newer ones that are getting built. So they required a larger lot size, and they figured if we have a larger lot size, then people are going to build larger homes and they're going to be worth more money. Then we could charge more in taxes, and then we could do improvements to the municipality. So they had a right idea. They just implemented it the wrong way because they said everybody throughout the whole municipality had to have this extremely large lot size. So they went a little bit too crazy with the largeness of the lot size. Were they trying to price poor people out? No, but it doesn't matter. In effect, that's what they did. So therefore, it was outlawed. So they needed to provide a range of housing of sizes of lots throughout the municipality that can be built on. So
was this the very beginning of affordable housing?
Well, it's not necessarily with affordable housing. This is for people who wanted to build their own houses.
Okay.
It required you to have a larger lot size in order to build that house. Okay.
Got it. Okay.
So non-conforming use is a property use that doesn't meet the current zoning requirements, but then again, it doesn't have to, because that property's been used for its purpose before the zoning laws were created or changed. You can't require other people because you create a zoning law now say, well, your property no longer complies. You can't use that property for the use you've been using it forever for. So we call that being grandfathered when you're allowed to continue your use that does no longer comply with the current zoning laws that are in place. But it's allowed because you were there before the zoning laws, using it for that purpose before the zoning laws were created or changed. Okay. So that's called a non-conforming use. Now, if you have a property today that you want to change its use for a purpose that does not comply with the zoning laws, you need to apply for a variance. Variance is a permit to vary from the current zoning regulations. And who do you apply to get that variance? The Zoning Board of Appeals. They listen to and grant or deny variance permits based on the hardship that the current zoning laws may have created and had an impact on the property owners. And so basically that goes before public hearing and all that. When the municipality says, okay, we're going to grant you the variance permit, you still need to send out a letter to everybody that lives within 300 feet of your property and make sure nobody has any issues with whatever it is you're trying to do with it. Because they could try to prevent that that use does not comply with the current zoning rules for whatever reason. They could start bringing up questions against it. Okay, so that's how it works. So that's what the non-conforming use, a variance, and a zoning boards. You know, when you say who do you apply to get a variance, you don't just say the government, the city. It's the Zoning Board of Appeals. Okay.
Zoning Board of Appeals, got it.
Mm-hmm. Now, subdivision regulations cover the following and then some. When you're creating a subdivision, well, what is a subdivision? Anytime you have one lot that you divide into two and you sell a smaller lot off of a larger one, it's now classified as a subdivision in New Jersey. So New Jersey leaves it up to your local municipalities to determine what constitutes a minor subdivision that does not require public hearing and what constitutes a major subdivision that does, in order to get the approvals for them to do that subdivision. So part of subdivision regulations cover the following and then some. Doing the location of the properties, the grading, alignment, surfacing, and widths of the streets, the highways and other rights of ways, installation of sewer and water mains, minimum and maximum lot sizes and density area ratios. Can I build over my entire property, or can I pave over my entire property, or am I limited on the area that I can build over? Because if I build over every inch of my property, where does the rainwater go when it rains? It creates all kinds of other issues, right?
Yeah.
So we also have building and setback lines. That's how far from the property line can any structure be built or paved. So let's highlight exclusionary zoning definition there in 148 and the non-conforming use that we just went over.
Zoning is correct. Oh, there it is.
Let me know when you got it.
Okay. Got it.
All right. And then we have here for zoning variance, just write the word permit after the word variance there. Variance permit from existing regulations to allow use that does not meet the current zoning requirements. There you go. So there you got a better explanation just by adding the word permit there.
Thank you.
And all right, so here's some examples now of a variance where it would come into play. This municipality has a 30-foot setback requirement for any structure to be built, the house to be built. And that's fine for this guy's property, but this guy's property 30 feet back and there's a cliff or a mountain. So it creates a major problem for him. So he could apply for a variance that would allow the owner to build the home closer to the street property line than normally allowed because of this hardship that he faces with his unique layout of his land. So that's where the purpose of variance permits would come into play, the reason for them. When people experience a hardship due to the zoning laws that require that 30-foot setback, that would create a problem for him, right? Or her. And here's another example. This is actually from a student I had in one of my classes. She lives in the Colonia Estates section of Colonia, right bordering Edison. So this road here comes out and becomes will bump into New Dover Road in Edison. I forget what this road is called though. And it's all very expensive homes back there in the estate section. You got all these $1 million properties, big mansions, stately properties. But there's a cheap seat section just before you come out. That's like the average price home, so regular, normal people's homes, right? So as you come out, it actually elevates. The road starts to elevate. And so that's what this sign is here. It's an elevation. So this guy can't even see across the street because the road is elevated. So back here, my student, she had her dad's house there, and he tore down the garage because the garage started like rotting and listing to the side, and like it was going to fall over. So to prevent somebody from getting hurt, he tore it down with the intent of building it up, rebuilding the garage when he got the money, saved up the money. So the next year, he was going to rebuild the garage. Went to the city to get a zoning permit, building permit to be able to rebuild the garage. And they said, well, according to the current zoning laws, you don't have enough property to build a garage. And he said, well, I had a garage there before. I tore it down. And they looked up. They said, well, we don't see any demolition permits. They could have slapped him with so many fines for doing demolition without a permit. You need even permits for demolition. So, but they let him go on that. But they said, yeah, you don't have enough property there to build a garage according to the current zoning laws. And he's like, but I tore down the garage, because it was listing over. He's like, I still got the foundation there. And they said, well, you still got the foundation. So then you didn't tear it down completely. So we could issue you a variance to allow you to rebuild the garage. So they issued him a variance, but they said before you could actually start construction, you first need to send out a letter to all property owners within 300 feet of your property. And if any of them object, then you can't build it until you settle that issue. And this guy over here who couldn't even see across the street objected. So he would have to go to court and start questioning him about his objections and then try to, work it out. But he couldn't take off work to go do it last I heard. And so I don't know whatever happened to this. I don't know if he ever went to court and settled it and got it taken care of and got the permit because this guy didn't have a reasonable argument for that. So I don't know if the garage ever got built.
What if he built it anyway with the
Oh,
neighbor
without
objecting
permits?
and without permits? Yeah.
Oh, you could get fined tens of thousands of dollars, and they could require you to tear it down.
Got it.
So it's not worth it's not worth trying to do that. You could have a structure that you built a couple of years ago on your property, and now the city finds out that you built something like that without permits. They could come in there, still fine you heavily, and require you to tear it down. Setback is the minimum distance from your property line that any structure can be built. We have front setbacks, which are usually the greatest, and then we have side and rear setbacks of the property. Like in my town, I want to tear down my shed and build a new shed. Uh, I have a 3 foot setback that it needs to be set 3 foot off the back and side line, or the side and back line. Now, frontage is the width of the front of your lot. And anytime you have a measurement like this, say your lot size is 50 foot by 100 foot deep, the first number in these measurements, if you just see a measurement like this, 50 by 100, that
Mhm.
first number is always the frontage. That's the width of the front of the lot. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you have a waterfront property, well, where's the frontage then? Tells you in the name. On the water side, waterfront, lakefront, beachfront, right? They tell you where the frontage is.
Oh, wait, though. So that's interesting. Even if, let's say you have beachfront property, does that mean that doesn't mean that the front of your house is necessarily facing the beach because usually it's not,
No,
but
but the
but the
frontage
frontage in
is,
that one would be the length that's on the beach.
yeah, it's the more valuable
Got it.
side of the property. So
Got
the
it.
frontage
Okay.
is measured on the water side. Mhm.
Got it. That makes sense. Okay, cool.
All right, density zoning is zoning that dictates how much area of your land can be built over. Um, well, like for drainage or runoff, if you pave over your entire lot, now your neighbor's property is going to be flooding because where's the water going to go? Right. So municipalities usually have some sort of density zoning ratio that says how much of your total area of your property can be built over or paved over. Or it could mean how many homes can be built per acre. Okay. As another example. So density zoning is how dense you could pack in the construction. How many homes, the maximum amount of homes that could be built per acre could be the density zoning definition as well. All right, so we have building codes we need to abide by. The UCC, that's the Uniform Construction Code. That's the state's minimum standard for construction. And that database of building codes is maintained by the DCA in Trent. And all municipalities in the state need to follow the DCA's building codes, that UCC. The Department of Community Affairs maintains that database. And here's a link to the database. And they perform inspections if the local municipality doesn't have their own code enforcement inspector officials to do those inspections. The DCA, the Department of Community Affairs in Trenton, they have their own state inspectors. They go out and inspect commercial buildings, but they also may inspect residential buildings if your local municipality doesn't have their own code enforcement officials. Now, any inspector, whether you hire a home inspector when buying a house, or it's a city inspector or a state inspector, they're all licensed with the DCA. And you can check their license status right here using this link. Here's a link, and you should, anytime you have a buyer that's using a home inspector to purchase a house, right? Here's the link to the DCA's website. Okay, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to share that link with you to do a license search here. That's what that link is for. So basically, it takes you here to the DCA's website, and we could just go from the drop down list and let's just look up home inspector. You could even type H in there to get to it quicker, but let's see. There we go, home inspector. And we'll just do a search throughout the state, or you could search by city, but this is where it's going to show you the inspectors. Okay, so these are all the inspectors licenses because I didn't search any particular area. These are all the people that are licensed as home inspectors in the state. And look, there's over 40 pages of them here. But look, this is a long-standing database. You see some of these licenses are expired, some of them are active, some of them are inactive, some of them are pending, and it shows you the municipality and the state where that inspector is located. But these are their licenses in New Jersey to be licensed home inspectors in the state of New Jersey, even if they're located out of state. So this is the way that you could search them by their license number or by their name to confirm that their license is active. They're actively licensed home inspectors. All right. So you don't need to write this on your notes that zoning laws were introduced in 1967. That's not going to be on exam. It's not even in this book. But you could write here, UCC, Uniform Construction Code, maintained and enforced by the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs. That's what the building codes are.
Uniform Construction Code.
Yeah, UCC, Uniform Construction Code.
Maintained and enforced by DCA.
Yep.
Maintained and enforced by DCA, which is Department of Community Affairs. Okay, thank you.
All right. So municipalities have enacted ordinances to specify construction standards that must be met when repairing or erecting buildings. And these are called building codes. And they set the requirements for the kinds of materials, sanitary equipment, electrical wiring, fire prevention standards, and the like that the builders need to abide by. So the building codes are maintained and enforced by the DCA, and there's that link again to confirm any inspector's license. Anytime any new construction is done, before that structure can be occupied, it must be inspected to make sure everything is up to code, up to snuff, and meets the building codes standards. And then the inspector will issue a CO. That's a certificate of occupancy. That's what we call the permit to occupy the building, showing that it meets all the building requirements, the building code requirements, and there's no condition that would pose a threat to the health or safety of the occupants. Now, some municipalities refer to a CO or certificate of occupancy for inspections for new construction, as well as any time work is done on existing buildings, or anytime you just didn't do any work and you're just doing a simple transfer of ownership. Other municipalities, some municipalities have that. They refer to them all as CO permits. Other municipalities, they have different names for each one. Like a CO would apply only to inspect new construction. And for existing structures that had work done to them, it would be a COC, a certificate of compliance, ensuring that the new work that was done was up to code. Or if no work was done and it's simply a transfer of ownership is taking place, it's called a CCO, a continued certificate of occupancy. Now, it really depends on the municipality. Some municipalities just refer to them all as a CO. Others have used the actual different names for each of the inspections. So don't get bugged out when they're not using the same terminology as you, okay? So that's what I got highlighted here, talking about those different terms on page 149. Okay.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
So now New Jersey recognizes the need to balance the legitimate commercial use of land with the need to preserve its vital resources and protect the quality of the state's air, water, and soil, the environmental issues now. So New Jersey is the most densely populated state in the nation. Another little factoid for you there. We have We are one of the smallest states, if not the smallest state in the nation, and we are the most densely populated state. So the majority of the land that we have yet is undeveloped. Wow. So we're the most densely populated. We pack them in like sardines as close to each other as can, everybody. But yet the majority of our land is undeveloped. Why? Environmentalists, environmental reasons. You know, we got a lot of parks and forests and um, uh,
Farms.
farms. So let's take a look. I got a couple slides here of just factoids that I've put together about New Jersey for you that you may find interesting, and you could use these on your own websites and maybe create a story about each individual one of these things. And that creates content, unique content, and drives traffic to your own real estate websites that you could then share the links to those stories or videos or blogs on social media, and it drives traffic to your website. And that's how you, and then you start getting recognized as the real estate agent that posts all these things about New Jersey, and you become viral that way. People remember you, and then when they go to sell or buy or need to rent or something, they'll hopefully reach out to you. So here's a bunch of factoids. I got about 3 slides full of this stuff. So New Jersey declared itself an independent state in 1776 and was the third state admitted to the Union in December 18th, 1787. We're one of the 13 original colonies. New Jersey is approximately 170 miles long and 70 miles wide. See, I'm full of useless information like this, right? But it's interesting nonetheless. New Jersey has approximately 130 miles of coastline. The state has 21 counties and 564 municipalities with only 5 types of municipalities: boroughs, townships, cities, towns, and villages. We're the most densely populated state, yet the southern part has a very large rural areas. Despite the fact that New Jersey is one of the smallest states in the Union, we have 5 distinct climate regions: northern, central, pine barrens, southwest, and coastal. We're the 11th highest population of all states in the United States. We're the 3rd highest income averages. New Jersey is located about halfway between the equator and the North Pole on the eastern coast of the United States. And here's some information about our state: vegetables and fish and birds and mammals and all that stuff, you know. And we're the only state to have its own cryptid. That means demon. We're the only state to have its own demon, the Jersey Devil. Right? You ever hear the Jersey Devil? That's our mascot for our hockey team, right? The Jersey Devils. But there's also some folklore that goes with the Jersey Devil too. That's where they get that logo, that name from. We were the first state to discover a full skeleton of a dinosaur here. That was the Hatterosaurus. So therefore, that's our state dinosaur, is the Hatterosaurus. Okay. We have more horses per capita than Kentucky. Wow. Go figure. Well, I guess we got all them farms, right? We also have some racetracks, even though they just recently, last year, was it? Or the beginning of this year, they shut down one of the horse tracks that we've had in the United States for a very long time. They were, I guess, driven out of business with all the online gambling stuff. New Jersey's mascot is the Jersey Devil. We originated standardized time zones here. They started here in New Jersey. Go figure. Look at that. We're #1 in inventing different flavors and fragrances. The first telegraph was ever sent from New Jersey. Remember Thomas Edison? Got a lot of labs and inventions were sent out of here. We had the first electric light bulb. We had the world's first boardwalk. Cape May is the nation's first seaside resort. We're home to 26 known nesting pairs of peregrine falcons, which are the fastest animals on Earth. And we're the diner capital of the world. even though the diners are starting to fade off a bit. We're still the diner capital. You know, it's hard to go a mile and not come across a diner or a used car dealership, right?
Mhm.
I'm not bragging about the used car dealerships here, though. So let's
Mhm.
see. We're the nation's top 10 producers of. We were speaking about this the other day. I was asking people, what do we grow here? What are we known for? And squash, we're known for our squash, bell peppers, tomatoes, the Jersey tomato, right? Blueberries, peaches, and cranberries. Italian Americans are the state's largest ethnic group. Patterson has the second largest Muslim population in the entire United States, second only to anybody know what place in the United States has more Muslims than New Jersey?
I don't know. Illinois.
Dearborn, Michigan.
I was close. I was close. Okay.
New Jersey is the home to the highest concentration of Asian Indians in the Western Hemisphere. Um, we had the first complete dinosaur skeleton ever found, and the invention of the first submarine began here in New Jersey.
Wow. This is also interesting.
Yeah, interesting little useless factoids information, but it is
Yeah.
interesting, right? This is the
It's
kind of stuff
also
that
good
goes by.
content. Yeah.
Yeah, just the kind of content that if you make a story about it, put a little background together, that people find it interesting and they'll look it over and it drives traffic to your site. And it's interesting. Like Stephen Grover Cleveland, born in Caldwell, New Jersey, was the only president to ever serve two non-consecutive terms, at least
Until.
until Donald Trump recently, where he got reelected in 2024.
Huh.
But so he was the president there between 1885 and 1889, and then again in 1893 to 1897. At least 100 battles were fought in New Jersey during the Revolutionary War. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to go to a park and not see like one of those historic signs. This battle was fought here, and this is where George Washington and his troops or somebody else
Yeah.
marched through here on their way to somewhere.
Yeah.
In 1776, the crossing of the Delaware River into Trenton, New Jersey, George Washington fought with and ultimately defeated British forces. This was one of the first major victories of the Revolutionary War. American abolitionists aided roughly 100,000 Americans in attaining their freedom. But even before that, New Jersey made its mark in 1804 when New Jersey passed an abolition law helping to free more than 12,000 slaves. After that, the state formally outlawed slavery in 1846. Since this was prior to the Civil War and the national abolition of slavery, New Jersey became a prime stop on the Underground Railroad routes. Where was the one town that we all know of was a prime route, the
Mount
end route?
Laurel.
Mount Laurel. We were just talking about that, right?
Mhm.
Um, we have one of the busiest and most extensive transportation systems in the world. More than two-fifths of the land is forested. We have 28 state parks and 11 state forests. And lakes and ponds cover about 300 square miles of our area. So here's some of the resources where I got some of this information, but we're not done with all the information yet. I should have put it in a bulleted list, some of these things, like the Pine Barrens. Anybody ever, you guys ever hear the Pine Lands or the Pine Barrens?
So,
This is extensive forestry that we have in the southern part of our state. Um, the only other place in, on our side of the planet that has so much untouched natural forestry uh, is Florida in the Everglades. Um, I got some little videos here to talk a little bit about New Jersey's pine lands and pine barrens. I'm not sure which one of these I play or if I play them both, but it gives you a little insight. Let's go over this one here. Yeah. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me get to it. Go full screen, and I'll share this contents. All right. There we go. New Jersey Pine Barrens.
Reserve covers nearly a quarter of New Jersey with otherworldly beauty and history, including a hidden tropical oasis. Spanning 7 counties in South Jersey, you'll find a wooded wilderness filled with outdoor adventures, spooky ghost towns, and natural beauty that never seems to end. Welcome to the Pine Barrens. Visitors can start by canoeing or kayaking down many of the rivers that run through the region, including the 50-mile-long Mullica River, and get up close to the native plants and animals. Then you can take to the trails for some hiking, biking, or horseback riding, but not without checking out.
Now, just be careful if you do go and explore New Jersey and our forestry. It is largely untouched by man, which means that there could be a lot of creatures out there in the woods. We have mountain lions and bears and all kinds of things. So you got to just be careful when you're out exploring the forestry. Don't assume you're going to be safe like walking down a city street. Not that. Well, take the same cautions as walking down a city street, I guess, because some of them can be dangerous, right?
The Batona Trail, which provides comprehensive views of the Pine Barrens wetlands and uplands across 3 state forests.
Early English settlers couldn't grow vegetables here, so they called it the Barrens, and pretty much didn't live here for a good 100 years because it wasn't what they were interested in as far as trying to make a living. It's largely been preserved because of the water. Underneath our feet, 17 trillion gallons of pure water.
Clear.
And that's the big reason why the Pinelands exist. It's so large that you can really be in places that you feel like you're the only person there.
Look at that. Look at that horizon.
Scary. It's like the Lion King. Wow.
Yeah, it's like
or like the Serengeti in real life.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this is in New Jersey. This is the southern part. This is the mid to southern part of New Jersey. We got the Pine Barrens, the Pinelands. If you haven't been there, explore it. It's beautiful area.
Where is this? Is off the Garden State Parkway going towards Atlantic City?
It expands a pretty big distance, several hundred miles throughout the state of New Jersey. Well, several hundred miles. Several 100,000 of acres of land. Not several hundred miles, because New Jersey's only 170 miles long and 70 miles wide.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh,
but this is you have hundreds of thousands of acres of land. Cool. I'll show you. I'll show you a little bit more about it.
Get a glimpse of history as you stroll through Batstow Village, a former industrial center that's home to 33 historic buildings and one of the oldest operating post offices in the country. Trek deeper into the Pinelands and you'll discover mysterious ghost towns like Harrisville and its great paper mill ruins. Just keep an eye out for the Pine Barrens' most infamous resident, the Jersey Devil, who's rumored to rampage these areas from time to time. If you venture off the beaten path, you might stumble on one of these crystal clear bodies of water hidden within the massive coastal plain, and it's pure tropical bliss. While these blue holes might look like paradise, don't bother trying to take a dip. It's not allowed, and you could end up paying a hefty fine. No matter where you go in the Pine Barrens, one thing's for sure, you'll only find this just in Jersey. Stay tuned next month as I explore.
All right, so that's an interesting little tidbit of information there, especially if you haven't explored through the Pine Barrens and the Pinelands. Let's see what's in this little bit longer one. Maybe I could fast forward through it a little bit to get a little info out of it. Let's see. So 1.1 million acres. You see that?
Yeah.
1.1 million acres of land. 800,000 acres are set aside for protection, which cannot be built upon.
Pinelands is a hotspot of biodiversity in the middle of the most densely populated state in the nation.
This is really a national treasure.
The Pinelands is a great experiment in showing that people can live compatibly with the rest of nature, even in a crowded state like New Jersey. It only works if we protect the forests and the water by building in the right places.
Here we go.
The Pinelands is the
In the southern part of New Jersey, right here, that's where the Pinelands are.
Okay.
largest remaining open space on the eastern seaboard between Maine and the Everglades. Its unique mix of wildlife, plants, and wide open spaces makes the Pinelands a wonderful place to visit for people of all ages, interests, and abilities.
I'm studying to be a scientist, and to see untouched ecosystems means a lot to me.
The thing that I enjoy most is finding new plants and animals that I haven't seen before.
I grew up in this area, and my dad was a big fan of the Pine Barrens. I have a bumper sticker on my car that says, "I'm a piney from my head down to my hiney."
The Pinelands is a critical ecosystem that coexists with successful towns and suburbs in a very busy part of the world. But this fragile balance can be easily disrupted by sprawling and uncontrolled development of the region's forests and fields.
It's absolutely critical for people to know that Pinelands protection is a priority. If we lose the Pinelands, we lose a globally unique ecosystem.
At the heart of the Pinelands is the Kirkwood-Cohansey Aquifer, water embedded in the sands that make up New Jersey's outer coastal plain. The aquifer provides clean, naturally filtered water.
It provides drinking water to at least 1 million people in this area. It supplies irrigation water for farms, and it supplies habitat for the rare plant and animal species that we find here.
The beautiful ponds and streams of the Pinelands are just the aquifer made visible. So when we paddle in a Pineland stream or swim in a pond, we're paddling and swimming in the aquifer itself.
The Pinelands forests are a vast, natural, and free filtration system, keeping our water clean and capturing greenhouse gases at no cost. While it's easy to take this natural filtration system for granted, if it were to disappear, the cost to replace it with man-made systems would be astronomical. And development is having an impact.
In the more developed areas, you start to see altered chemical composition of the water. That has effects not only for ourselves, our drinking water, but also for the entire ecological community.
With 22 million people already living within 60 miles of the Pinelands, it's harder than ever to keep development at bay.
Originally, what was slated for this area was a large airport. It's a developer's paradise to have all this open land and to be able to put, luxurious homes, shopping centers, and you name it, they would build it.
They see it as an area that can be mowed down, lumber that can be harvested, areas that can be used for homes, for buildings, for apartment stores.
Because the Pinelands' vast open spaces are so attractive for development, there are always forces at work to weaken, to sidestep, or even to revoke the Pinelands protection laws.
While the Pinelands system protects natural resources, it also protects local farming, especially of native species, such as cranberries and blueberries.
My family's blueberry and cranberry farmers, which dates back from 1829.
The Pinelands laws also protect farms from being turned into subdivisions. So today, there are more than 55,000 acres of working farms in the Pinelands.
All the blueberry cranberry farmers, they don't want to see destruction, they don't want to see damage, they don't want to see development.
Pinelands forests provide habitat for a growing number of plant and animal species that are under siege.
This is a very fragile ecosystem, and touching one part of it usually ends up touching another part.
There are species that live in the Pinelands that if we lose them from here, we lose them from the planet.
The Pinelands Preservation Alliance is a nonprofit watchdog, advocate, and organizer working on the public's behalf. the PPA is your eyes and ears, reviewing development projects, bringing science to bear, building public support, attending meetings and hearings, and challenging proposals that are bad for the Pinelands.
We're the only organization devoted to making sure that the Pinelands remains a protected region. Understanding the politics, understanding the rules, I think that's what's so critical about PPA.
They rally the troops, they have the networks, they get the word out.
Hundreds of thousands of acres of Pinelands forests are at risk if the protections we have today are ignored or lost. The aquifer is under intense pressure. In many places, overpumping is draining streams and wetlands. That's why we need your help. Join us and continue the fight.
Anyway, that's a good enough story there about the Pinelands, educate you a little bit about the Pinelands. We also have the history here of the Jersey Devil. Let's see. Get that Rutgers lesson, the Jersey Devils, how the Pine Barrens became the creepiest. No, I'm not playing a video that long. History of the Jersey Devil, Rutgers lesson. What that Rutgers lesson either. Yeah, let's see this one.
You are watching Uncommon History. Stories that focus on unique and sometimes unknown New Jersey history. Brought to you by the Middlesex County Office of Culture and Heritage, the Middlesex County Board of Chosen Freeholders, and the New Jersey Historical Commission, a division of the Department of State.
Jersey Devil.
The Jersey Devil is one of the most famous legends of America. The immensely popular magazine Weird New Jersey recognized the homegrown demon as New Jersey's oldest, most enduring, and important pieces of folklore. Some New Jerseyans still believe it exists, and ever since the 18th century, it has been cited over 2,000 times, as far north as Paterson and as far south as Burley. It has been described as having the body of a kangaroo, the wings of a bat, the head of a horse, and the feet of a pig. It has also been called a jabberwocky and a woozlebug. But how did this legend begin? In the early 1700s, in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, there lived a craggy old Quaker woman named Leeds. She was the mother of 12 unruly children. Upon learning she was pregnant with her 13th child, she cursed herself, yelling that she wished the 13th child would be born a devil. Apparently, she got her wish. In 1737, as the midwife prepared to bring the beastly baby into the world, Mother Leeds let out an ear-piercing screech, and just after the devil child was born, it devoured Mother Leeds, the midwife, and the rest of the family. After it finished its first meal, the devil fluttered its bat-like wings and flew up the chimney. That night, the Jersey Devil terrorized surrounding homes and snatched up young children. The local legend impacted the region so intensely, a religious leader exorcised the devil for 100 years. But the exorcism apparently did not work. The Jersey Devil returned. According to documents from the Killian Foundation, the United States government sent officials to the Pine Barrens to search for the Jersey Devil. It was even referred to as the Jersey Devil Expedition of 1812. Among the more interesting details about the mission was the description of a female Jersey Devil that crashed through the roof where the expedition team was staying. It was shot and killed, but a claw and tongue from the beast were collected. And according to the documents, the entire adventure was ordered by President James Monroe. Unfortunately, corroborative information has not been located to verify these claims. The Jersey Devil has even become part of popular culture. In 1982, the professional hockey team, the Colorado Rockies, was moved to New Jersey. Fans chose the well-known legend as the team name, and the team has won 3 Stanley Cups. According to the Pinelands Preservation Alliance, the Jersey Devil was named the official state demon of New Jersey, the only state in America with such a distinction. The Jersey Devil has been featured on 2 History Channel series, Monster Quest and Weird US. The sci-fi program Weird or What, hosted by William Shatner, focused on one family's eerie encounter with the Jersey Devil. The film The 13th Child, starring Cliff Robertson and Christopher Atkins, was released on video on Halloween 2002. There are even groups dedicated to searching for the Jersey Devil, one of the most famous legends of New Jersey, and certainly America. We hope you've enjoyed.
So that's some of the spookiness of the Jersey Devil. Right?
That's fun.
But how about this? Have you ever seen the movie Jaws? You ever hear of or see the movie Jaws?
Yeah.
Do you know that Jaws is actually based on a true story that happened here in New Jersey?
No, I didn't know that.
So you may have heard in that video they mentioned a website or a magazine called Weird New Jersey or Weird NJ. They also have a website and Facebook page. You should check out their website. It's full of all kinds of interesting stories and history about New Jersey. That's cool. One of those pages I got up here, I think. No, I don't have that up here. Weird NJ. WeirdNJ.com. So here are some stories I got from it. Okay. Here we go. WeirdNJ.com. Here's about the story about the Route 1 parking lot grave site. A sad but yet romantic story. So check this out. Here's the final parking resting space of Mary Ellis. Here's what the grave site looked back in the late 1700s, 1790s. This is what the grave site looked like. All the forest out there. This is an actual photo and her grave site. So this is a story that for the last 186 years, Mary Ellis has resided on what she probably thought would always be a stately piece of the property overlooking the scenic Raritan River. In actuality, though, Mary had really just been monopolizing a prime parking space for the better part of the 20th century. The legend of how poor Mary came to rest beneath the asphalt at the Lowe's Theater parking lot on Route 1 in New Brunswick is a romantic and untimely tragic story. Have you ever been over there to that movie theater?
I have. Isn't it near a car dealership?
Well, it's right smack in the middle of their parking lot.
Wow. I've not seen the grave site, but I think I've passed
hiding
by
in plain theater. It's hiding in plain sight. You know. So as the story goes, Mary Ellis came to New Brunswick in the 1790s to stay with her youngest sister, Margaret. It was around this time that she met and fell in love with a man who was a sea captain, a former Revolutionary War officer. The captain sailed down the Raritan out to sea one day, vowing that when he returned, him and Mary would be wed. He even left his beloved horse to look after in his absence. Every day after her sea captain's departure, Mary would ride his horse from her sister's house to what is now Livingston Avenue, down to the banks of the river, eagerly to await a glimpse of her lover's returning ship. In 1813, she purchased a parcel of farmland overlooking that river, which she maintained her daily vigil. Mary died there 14 years later in 1828, still faithfully anticipating her sea captain's return. But back in those days, ships sank, we had pirates, all kinds of stuff happened. So he probably died at sea. She was buried on the property and was eventually joined with her sister and other family members, according to local lore, and the captain's horse was buried there with them. So the plot, which was originally surrounded by ornate wrought iron fence, lay in the rural wood-sided setting in the mid-20th century. Over over the years, the ownership of the land changed hands several times, and and the neighboring area has given bloom to a blight of strip malls and discount outlets. Mary's farm was paved over, and for many years, the site of the Route 1 flea market. Remember this, the US 1 flea market? No.
How awful.
So that's back in
That's her grave
1993.
right there.
Yeah, that's her
Oh my
grave right in the middle of the
God,
parking
how
lot.
awful. Ugh.
Okay, now it turned into, later on, they turned it into the Lowe's parking lot, but they, all the owners agreed to, of the property as it passed on, agreed to maintain that grave site and to respect it. So, look, when it became the Lowe's Theater, they graded the land again around it. So it looks like the grave is lifting up even higher now because they're lowering the land by grading it around it, preparing it for the Lowe's Theater parking lot. That's Mary's grave during that construction in 1994, all grass grown over there. And there's the Lowe's Theater in the background. Remember US 1 flea market signs? I remember that when I was a kid. That was a long time ago. Okay, so let me see. I actually have a link to Mary's grave right now, where you can see what it looks like today. Where is the grave site of Mary Ellis? Got so much of these little stories. Hello, Mary Ellis. How come I can't find you? She's hiding in plain sight again somewhere.
My dad and my husband tell lots of dad jokes too. That's probably why I'm their fave, because I enjoy their dad jokes.
Yeah, let me just do a Google search really quick.
All right. I'm going to take 2 seconds to refill my coffee. I'll be right back.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Okay, yeah. So here's what the grave site of Mary Ellis looks like today. In the AMC, what is now the AMC movie theater, not Lowe's anymore. And yeah, it looks pretty nice. They separated it from the parking spaces where you can't park right next to it and slam your door into it.
Yeah.
At least, they gave it a little more privacy and respect there with a nice little setup as long as they maintain it. Sometimes it gets overgrown. See that? Yeah. Sometimes it's maintained and people put flowers there. It's interesting. So now you got a place to stop by and look at. Next time you're in the area, let me check out that Mary Ellis gravestone there. Now you know a little bit about her story there. She died traveling out, waiting for her beloved to come home to be married, and that they never came, unfortunately for her. So yeah, this is the grave site of Mary Ellis. All right. But I told you about Jaws, right? Jaws is a true story. And it was actually referred to as the Matawan Maneater. Matawan is several miles inland. It's not even on the beach, right? In the ocean where the sharks are. So how did this happen? Well, the shark swam inland through the salt water until where it meets fresh water. They call that brackish water. And the sharks can still breathe in that brackish water that still has salt in it. Salt water mixed with the fresh. And that was in Matawan. And in that area, there was a bunch of kids that were swimming in a pond and in a river there. And one, how they have the ropes they tie to trees and they swing in and jump in the water and play. And, the kid swung into the water, jumped into the water, and then he let out a yelp and he did not resurface. There was an adult there that saw this. He jumped in to play the hero and rescue the child, and he did not resurface either. The shark killed both of them. So there's plaques and memorials there for that story now today. So here on Weird NJ, you can see the story about the Matawan Maneater, the real life Jaws story. Okay, here's some newspaper clippings. They got the historic newspaper clippings. Here's a guy that died even before that. That shark killed him at the beach.
That same day?
Well,
Probably
during
the
that
same time frame, yeah.
During that same time frame, I think it was around the same week or two, time frame. Back then, people didn't believe that they believed that sharks were afraid of us and that they served no harm to us. That there was no threat or damage that they could cause any damage to us. So we had our first seaside resorts there in the Jersey Shore, and this guy was a young eligible bachelor and doctor. Oh, so he went out bathing in the Jersey Shore, only to have his torso bit out by a shark, and they rushed him.
Survive?
They rushed him to the. This was in Spring Lake. They rushed him to the hotel that was there and put him on the counter, where he eventually bled out and died. Yeah. So
this is a true story. These are real articles.
These are real articles. These are real. God, this is true stories here. Yeah. So
I know Spring Lake too. Ugh, it's awful.
Yeah. So 45 miles to the north of Spring Lake, the victim was Charles Bruder, 27. Let's see, a Swiss Bell captain of the Sussex Hotel. Bruder was swimming 130 yards from shore when he began screaming, "A shark bit me. It bit off my legs." And these were the last words that he would ever utter. Yeah. Like 500 sunbathers there see Charles Brunder attacked by a man-eater.
This is crazy.
Yeah. And this is the hotel, the Sussex Hotel in Spring Lake, where he was dragged into, where he died on the counter there. Okay, this is the area where that child was swimming, and then the other in Matawan, where the other guy jumped in after him, and the shark killed him. Here's some actual historic photos of people now looking for the shark, trying to in that same area of Matawan
with their bare hands. What are they going to do?
Well,
maybe they have some weapons. I just can't.
They were throwing some dynamite in the water. If you could see, this is an explosion of dynamite. You could see the moms were furious.
She's got something.
She's out there with a shotgun trying to see anything that moves in the water and killing it. They were pretty angry back then, right? This was back in 1916.
Wow.
So the summer of 1916. And there's a man-eating shark that they found, similar to the one that killed them. It wasn't the same one. It just says huge shark of the man-eating species caught at Belford, New Jersey. And here's the grave sites of that little boy, Lester Stillwell, and the man that went in to rescue him, Mr. Fisher. And here's the pipes through which the shark swam upstream into that area. Underneath the railroad, there's railroads here, and these tunnels for the the big pipes where the shark came in from. Somebody drew a little picture there, and look, you see the reflection now in the water. That's pretty snazzy.
Mm-hmm.
And right there in that general area somewhere, they put up this thing here about the picture of the little boy and the man that jumped in to rescue them. A little story about it, and a little video where this guy walks you through a little exploring of the area, but that's the story of the actual Matawan man-eater. And look, I got a bunch of links here to show you some videos about it, of the documentary. Look, some of them are 45 minutes long. I'm not going to be going over these, 40. Here's one from the History Channel about the Matawan man-eater and searching for that shark attacks, and how the infamous story of Jaws was inspired by the Matawan man-eater. Here's one that's about 7 minutes long, but I'm not going to go over these, but you could check them out. I have these links on the actual Class Links Word document that's in the shared Google Drive, with all these slideshows. you can look up about the story of Jaws.
Thank you. I will.
Okay. All right, so now let's get into some of the hazardous materials found in the environment and in construction. We need to know about them because we deal in real estate, So we're going to learn about asbestos, lead. Lead was used for pipes that brought the water into the house to pigment and drying agent in oil-based paints. There were lead, or refers to them as lead-based paints, alkali oil-based lead paint. Radon, urea formaldehyde, that's an ingredient in spray foam, in some spray foam insulations. Mold, carbon monoxide, its element is CO. Electromagnetic fields we're going to learn about, and groundwater contamination and underground storage tanks. So New Jersey, once again, does recognize the need to balance the legitimate commercial use of the development of land, but also has to balance that between the preserving its vital resources to protect the quality of the state's air, water, and soil. So we have the EPA actually created a booklet called Healthy Home Action, and HUD created a booklet as well, Making Homes Healthier. This is content, by the way, you could put on your websites too. You could put links to these things for people who are worried about environmental hazards and stuff when searching for homes. You could give them all kinds of resources like this. These are the links right here. They talk about mold, radon, carbon monoxide, allergies, secondhand smoke, VOCs, the volatile organic compounds that could be dangerous. So here's a cutaway of a house and all the or a bunch of possible hazards here. Everything from leaky underground storage tanks that contain oil, perhaps, or human waste. You got the older air conditioning units that had CFCs that were leaking out to the environment. Anything that burns has a byproduct of carbon monoxide, odorless, invisible, tasteless gas that could kill you. Dripping PCBs on power lines. However, these I forget what they call them, transformers. These transformers should have been replaced already that contain PCBs. However, I know a place in Edison where the electric company took a lot of these PCBs off, and now they're laying on the ground on concrete paved ground across from residential houses. So there's a big FEMA cleanup site sign on their fence, their entrance fence there, showing you that it's all kinds of hazardous materials now there in the ground. But just from the power lines, you have electromagnetic fields and radiation. Now these are not high tension power lines. The high tension power lines do run through our areas, though. You see them along Route 1, right? Those giant ones, you could even stand out there. You may even hear them humming. So much power goes through them. We're going to learn about asbestos that was used in a lot of different building materials. It was considered the miracle mineral at one point. We know it as cancer causing when you breathe it in, right? Urea formaldehyde from spray foam insulation. Mold, we're going to learn about the dangers of mold and how we could prevent mold from growing. Lead-based paint, contaminants in well water, and radon gas, which is not man-made. So let's start off with asbestos. It's a mineral resistant to fire and heat, so it is an excellent insulator. However, dangerous when the fibers become airborne and enter the body. Its use is highly regulated in the United States, and it was not completely banned in construction materials in 1978. It just became highly regulated then. It used to be used for pipe insulation or even making pipes, used in floor tiles, popcorn ceilings, insulation in attics. We call that vermiculite, siding and roof shingles. It was also used in adding it to concrete to make it stronger. Because its fibrous properties are very strong. Asbestos it's a fibrous material. It's a stone, but if you pull it apart, you can see it actually it's like a fiber, and you could even weave it into clothing. And they did. They actually made firefighters' clothing out of asbestos. Yeah, so asbestos is a mineral. Let's highlight this on page 151. It's a mineral once used for insulation because it was resistant to fire and contained heat effectively. Before 1978, the year in which the use of asbestos insulation was banned. However, it is still a component for more than 3,000 types of building materials. So,
Wow.
a lot of people think that asbestos was banned from construction. No, it was not. It just became highly regulated. It was banned as insulation, which was just out there exposed. But it's still used in more than 3,000 building products. So here's a neat little video for contractors that I found. When they talk about, if you see asbestos, leave the area immediately, contact your supervisor. That deals with them doing work in these areas. We don't heed that argument. If you see asbestos in the house, or you're showing a house or going to get a listing, don't go running out of there scared for your life. Run for your lives. There's asbestos. Go, listen, it takes a lot of exposure and long-term exposure to asbestos to really cause any damage to you. I mean, unless you're breathing in a cloud of asbestos smoke and dust that was stirred up, don't worry about it killing you or causing any immediate harm to you anyway. First of all, when you get long-term exposure to asbestos and a decent amount of exposure, it would require before it would affect you, and then it would take years of being in your body before it ever got to affected you. So let's just watch this little video. This guy does a pretty good job of explaining what asbestos is, and this guy does a pretty good job of explaining what asbestos is, and you could see some little videos here, and they could show you examples of asbestos. So let me just make sure that I got the video optimized again. Yes, I do. And here we go.
Sometimes in construction, we have to work with materials that contain asbestos or in environments where it's present. Because there's a possibility of encountering asbestos or presumed asbestos-containing materials, workers need information to help protect them from becoming exposed. Here we'll cover the following: what is asbestos, uses for asbestos, hazard recognition and control, health hazards, finding asbestos at work, and safe procedures for handling asbestos. What is asbestos? Asbestos is the name for a group of 6 naturally occurring silicate minerals. Just like many other ores, asbestos is mined and then refined and used to make many products. Asbestos is not man-made. Asbestos is generally made up of fiber bundles which easily separate into long, thin fibers. The fibers are strong, durable, and resistant to heat and fire. They're also long, thin, and flexible, so they can be woven into cloth. For many years, asbestos was considered a miracle mineral. It's fireproof and resistant to acid and corrosion, as well as being a good electrical insulator. Asbestos was used in roofing and flooring products, fireproofing materials, reinforcing cement, pipes, friction products such as automobile brake and clutch linings, electrical insulation, thermal and acoustical insulation. This is just a partial list of the products that asbestos may be found in. Finding asbestos. Before the 1970s, asbestos was used in schools, homes, factories, and public buildings. It was sprayed on ceilings where it often looked like white popcorn. It was used in and on walls to help deaden sound. Asbestos was used as wrapping for steam and water pipes, duct systems, and boilers. It was used to fireproof beams in steel buildings. These beams can still be found in false ceilings. Hazard recognition. Currently, not all types of building materials have been assessed for the presence of asbestos. Suspected materials must be presumed as asbestos-containing materials, or PACM, unless proven otherwise. Asbestos is difficult to find, identify, and safely handle. Don't attempt to remove it yourself. If you encounter PACM, you must immediately leave the area and notify your supervisor. They'll take the necessary steps to correct the problem. Although the use of asbestos in the United States was essentially halted in the late 1970s, with just a few exceptions, it has continued to have a real impact on the country. The lives of many individuals have been adversely affected by previous asbestos exposures, and asbestos can still be found, particularly in old homes, factories, and commercial buildings. This continued presence of asbestos means that it's likely more individuals will be impacted in the years to come. Hazard control. Today, a great deal is known about the health hazards that result from overexposure to asbestos. It's very important for your health to work safely with or around asbestos. Most asbestos abatement professionals agree that unless asbestos is friable, that is, easily broken or damaged, it's safer to leave it in place. Friable asbestos is the most hazardous. Asbestos which can easily crumble or be pulverized to dust by simple hand pressure is friable. Sanding, scraping, and cutting are other procedures that cause asbestos to be friable. These actions release the harmful fibers. Breathing hazards. Asbestos has been declared a known human carcinogen, having been commonly associated with asbestos cancer. The respiratory tract is the primary bodily system affected by asbestos exposure. Asbestos fibers are so tiny you need a microscope to see them. You can easily breathe them in without knowing it, whether they're in the air or on your clothes. Health hazards. Asbestos can cause serious lung and breathing diseases. The primary diseases associated with asbestos exposure are asbestosis, lung cancer, and mesothelioma. These diseases can take as long as 15 to 35 years to show up. Smokers who are exposed to asbestos are as much as 90 times more likely to get certain lung diseases than non-smokers. Safe procedures. Only trained and protected personnel are allowed to work with asbestos materials. All other personnel should report any suspected asbestos problem and shouldn't disturb it. Some people are specially trained to work with asbestos. If you aren't, don't sand, scrape, cut, remove, or drill into walls, ceilings, or floors, or other material where asbestos may be present. If you ever have to work with asbestos, your goal is to prevent breathing it in. There are a number of safe procedures that can help. Specially trained personnel only wet asbestos before working on it, if it's safe to do so. Some jobs require the use of a high-efficiency particulate air or HEPA-filtered vacuum cleaner. Sealed glove bags are also used. Working safely with asbestos depends on both you and your supervisor. Only work with asbestos or PACM if you have received special training to do so. Review. Asbestos is a naturally occurring silica-based mineral that's refined into tiny, strong fibers. It was used in heat and electrical insulation, automobile brake and clutch linings. Asbestos was used extensively in the pre-70s and may be found in our homes and industrial facilities. We talked about safe procedures of handling asbestos, presumed asbestos or PACM, and health hazards of asbestos.
So there's an interesting video, explained a bit about asbestos. And you could see a lot of materials, there are a lot of different materials that asbestos was used in, as they explain, that even goes beyond. Look, it was used in gypsum board, instead of sheetrock, they had gypsum board. In electrical switch outlets, the wiring of electrical wires, looks like it's a material that wraps around. They called it knob and tube wiring. That was asbestos. Window putty contained asbestos that glazed the windows that around the edges to make them weatherproof. The downspouts, previous to aluminum, they were using ones made of asbestos. Popcorn ceilings, that blown-in insulation in the attics called vermiculite, was used in a lot of different materials. The hearth and artificial logs in fireplaces, those are made out of asbestos. How do you think they don't burn? You know, in the backing for the material, the backing of incandescent lighting that gets very hot. They have that material behind it that's made of asbestos. Some drop ceilings, acoustic tiles, are made of asbestos. You could tell the difference. You can learn the difference by looking at the texture. It looks like fibers when you look at the back of the ceiling tile, if it's actually asbestos or not. So let's continue on. Here's a commercial I got from TV from a bunch of lawyers talking about asbestos, and they told you that asbestos it's not man-made. It's a stone, so they have to mine for it to get it. So where do they get asbestos when they're mining? Just above the level where they get talc from, the softest stone on earth. So you guys ever hear of that Johnson & Johnson lawsuit for talcum powder that it causes cancer? Well, talcum powder does not cause cancer. Let's get that straight. It's just that when it's at the level where they mine to get the talc, where they scrape the talc, they may scrape to the level where the asbestos is and scrape some of that asbestos into those into that heavy machinery that's mining it. And then it has to go through a filtration process. And through Johnson & Johnson's own internal quality testing, they found microscopic bits of asbestos in the talcum powder still. But it wasn't enough to actually cause cancer. But because juries tend to be ignorant, it's easy to have a slick lawyer get up there on stand and say, build the whole case about how asbestos is known to cause cancer and it does this and that to the body and all that, and paint a nice big horror story, and then explain to the public how Johnson & Johnson deliberately hid their internal quality testing from the public. Well, it's internal. They never share internal documents with the public. So how they intentionally hid that information from the public, and we know that it contained they're not going to focus on microscopic bits, but they're going to say it contained asbestos, and we know that asbestos causes cancer. So they were hiding that fact, and millions of people die every year or have died over time because of asbestos exposure. So therefore, they should be found guilty and culpable, and juries are like, yep. So of course they found him guilty, and then now they have that lawsuit payout because of the talcum powder. But listen, you can be using talc all your life. You're not going to get cancer from talc that has asbestos in it. There's not enough in there to be found. Just listen to these doctor attorneys talk about it and how it affects your body, how asbestos affects your body. And then they even touch upon the lawsuit for a second, but they show you how your body can even process small amounts of exposure to asbestos.
Exposed to asbestos has declined since asbestos regulations have been put in place.
All right, let me just minimize this stuff here a little bit, make sure that the audio is good. You guys can hear that. You're good. Okay.
Currently, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration estimates that 1,300,000 workers, primarily in construction and building and equipment maintenance trades, are still exposed, though, to this danger. That's a lot of people that continue to be exposed to this risk. And of course, we can't forget the hundreds of thousands of people who are just now becoming aware of their asbestos-related disease caused by exposure years ago.
Dr. Wendy, so what can you tell us about asbestos exposure and how it has become such a serious health issue?
Sure, Tony. Asbestos exposure occurs when microscopic asbestos fibers become airborne and are then inhaled or ingested by anyone in close proximity to those fibers. Now, one of the problems is that these fibers can remain airborne for hours, placing anyone nearby in danger of ingesting them. While the body can get rid of some of the fibers, many become stuck in tissue, such as the lungs. As I mentioned earlier, asbestos exposure from the use of asbestos-contaminated talcum powder has also been reported. Although no levels of asbestos exposure is considered safe, most serious health issues arise after years of repeated and long-term exposure to asbestos.
So when these fibers are ingested, how does that lead to the serious illnesses you've mentioned?
Well, the problem is that once the fibers are inhaled or ingested, they can become trapped in the tissues of the respiratory or digestive tract. And when that happens, these stuck fibers slowly cause inflammation and cellular changes that can lead to serious disease, in some cases, decades later. The cancers caused by asbestos exposure include mesothelioma, which is a rare and incurable cancer that develops in the lining of the lungs or abdomen, and lung cancer, which also develops in the lining of the lungs. Another cancer caused by asbestos exposure is ovarian cancer. Non-cancerous conditions caused by asbestos include asbestosis, which involves inflammation and scarring of the lung tissue that prevents the lungs from expanding and relaxing normally. Other non-cancerous conditions include fibrous thickening of the lining around the lungs, a buildup of fluid around the lungs that causes difficulty breathing, extensive scarring that causes chest pain and breathing issues, and inflammation that causes the lining of the lung to fold in on itself, causing the lung to underinflate.
Dr. Wendy, I'm sure this is very disturbing information for a large number of people.
I'm sure it is.
Exposed to
So here's some pictures of asbestos cleanup. You know, they're wearing these protective suits and gears with the respirators on their face. You notice they're not wearing those little COVID medical masks that they said are okay for people to wear. Which do you think is smaller? A microscopic fiber of asbestos, which when it's airborne, you could see it actually, but there can be microscopic pieces of it. But still, a microscopic piece of asbestos or a COVID virus, which do you think is smaller? Probably the COVID virus, right? And they were telling us to wear like paper masks. Over here for asbestos, they're like, absolutely not. That could get right past those masks. You have to wear these special respirators in order to filter it out. And then they try to wet down, like over here, they're removing flooring. They wet it down first, they scrape it. They have a clean room. They put plastic on the walls so any dust doesn't escape. They're covered from head to toe in their uniforms here so they don't get exposed to any that then they breathe in when they dust off later. Here you can better see some of those respirators they have. And here's what asbestos looks like as insulation on piping, because that's probably the one that we come across the most in residential real estate, right? It looks like this. Here it looks like cardboard wrapped around a pipe, right? But it's filled with that asbestos material. Here is one just that asbestos fiber wrapping. But when they're doing the removal, they do this stuff to make sure that nobody enters the property while it's being treated or removed. Here's that fiber board that's made of asbestos. You could see the fibers in it. It's fibrous. That's asbestos. That's how you could tell. And when it gets wet and it kind of like bends like that, you know, sheetrock doesn't act like that. Here they are. They're taking it all off the walls and putting it into garbage bags labeled hazardous materials. And then what do you think they do with those garbage bags?
Put them in the regular garbage.
Well, they take them to the city dump, and the city dump will accept them. It's actually against the law to put them in the regular garbage, because garbage men pick it up, they throw it in the back of the garbage truck, it compresses it, rips the bags. Now they're driving down the street with big clouds of asbestos dust behind it, you know, so that could cause some problems. But it does go back to the earth. It goes to the city dump. See, look, there's bags of it right there. Like, them doing the cleanup with their HEPA filters and their other filters that they got on. All right. So lead hazards. Let's talk a little bit about lead. Lead is a heavy metal used in various construction, and if any kinds of heavy metals enter your body, they can be deadly. Just look at the old thermometers that we used to use to take your temperature. They had that. Look like quicksilver, the material that they had inside the thermometers. We don't use them anymore because that's dangerous for us to if they break. So lead is a heavy metal, and it used to be used in a lot of different construction materials, like the pipes bringing the water to your house, to and still are in some areas. We're still in the process of cleaning them up. It's also used as a drying agent and pigment for alkali oil-based paints. So it could cause damage to the brain, kidneys, and nervous system and red blood cells on anyone, especially in children under the age of 6 who are still developing. Little children are more than tiny adults. They're developing. And if they're introduced to certain hazardous materials during their developmental stages, it could cause major issues with their development. So here's a good slide for you to study, at least the top part of this slide you need to study. This is the information of all the notes compressed. Otherwise, in the book, I'm going to show you to highlight about a page and a half of stuff. This is what you need to know about lead and lead-based paints. Just the top half of this slide here, which you see within that circle. So if you want to snap a picture of that. Lead-based paint and other lead hazards must be disclosed to buyers and renters of residential properties built prior to 1978. And then those buyers or renters have to be given a copy of the federal lead paint disclosure statement that must first be filled out by the owner of the property. And then we give that buyer or renter the lead paint booklet that informs them about resources and the hazards of lead. And then give them a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive an inspection opportunity if they want to close any sooner on the property. So lead was used for pipes made of lead, bringing the water to the house, flashing on a roof where the chimney meets the roof. They bend it, they could melt it to the brick. It was used as solder for connecting pipes. Yes, even copper pipes that were connected using solder that was made of lead. And it was used as a drying agent and pigments in alkali oil-based paints. So here's a lead check testing system from 3M. It's basically a cotton swab in this tube that's doused in a chemical. And when it comes into contact with lead, it turns red. So there it is. Red means lead. That's their motto there. So they're rubbing it across the paint. Over here, they're using it, I guess, on the putty there. Red means lead. Here we got lead pipes being connected to copper pipes. Lead is much cheaper than copper. It doesn't rust. It's flexible. So that's why they figured it was a good material. Who would have thought it would cause dangers to us? Well, now they know. So here they just melted a lead pipe to it. You don't even really need a connection of a bolt like they did over here. Over here, they just melted it. Here's a lead pipe. You know this because there's no rust on it. Here's a lead pipe connected to a steel pipe. See how the steel rusts? Old lead pipe connected to new copper piping. Here it's used as flashing on roofs where it connects and makes a watertight seal between the chimney and the roof. They took the sheets of lead and cut them with scissors and then heavy-duty metal scissors, and then they melted them. Look at this. This is craftsmanship. This is very nice work by these roofers that did this job here. That's a very clean job. This one not as clean, but still did a good job there. Okay. All right, so But to highlight page 151, the use of lead-based paint was banned in 1978, and no federal law requires homeowners test for the presence of lead paint. However, under the Lead-Based Paint Hazard Reduction Act, which continues on to the next page, that's why I got the arrow there. Did you guys find where this is on page 151? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the last paragraph.
Okay. And then the next page, just put a highlighted box around it. Otherwise, you're going to waste your highlighter. Talking about persons selling or leasing residential housing constructed before 1978 must disclose the presence of known lead-based paint and provide purchasers or lessees with any relevant records or reports you have about lead paint. Provide that lead hazard pamphlet to all buyers and tenants. And lead paint disclosure statement must first be filled out by the owner and then supplied to any buyers or renters. All right. Purchasers must be given 10 days to conduct a lead hazard assessment, to do a lead inspection, or waive it. Purchasers are not bound by any real estate contract until the 10 days has expired. However, buyers can shorten the period or even give up their lead inspection rights entirely. So the regulations specifically require us as real estate agents to ensure that all parties comply with the law. The owner fills out the lead hazard statement and then supplies it to the buyers or renters, as well as the pamphlet and the 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity. That law applies to all states that you may do real estate in. Now, not to be outdone by any federal law, New Jersey recently, in 2022, enacted their own lead law. This one actually does require inspections and the buildings be certified lead-free. For any landlord that's renting, we have the Lead Safe Certification Law, requires lead inspections and remediation at the time of tenant turnover, or by July 24th, 2024, if there was no tenant turnover. A number of properties are exempt from this requirement, those built after 1978, the year that lead paint was banned. Those certified free of lead-based paint, single-family and two-family seasonal rentals, units located in buildings with 3 or more units that have been registered as lead-free and have no outstanding lead violation in the last 5 years, and has a lead safe certificate issued within the last 2 years. So we could, here's some additional links about New Jersey specific lead laws, about the lead rentals and all that, the lead paint on rental properties. Oh, let me find this. Okay, so this is about New Jersey's lead laws. All right, here's a picture of the lead hazard statement that they use in the book. I prefer one that's a little bit different than this, but it has all the same information, but I like the layout of the other one a little better. That's this one right here that New Jersey Realtors created. So we got this one in the book. I don't know where they got that one from. I prefer this one. It shows you what the warning is here on top. And then the property address that's up for sale or rent goes here. And then section 3, the sellers will initial here, here, and here. And then they'll check one option next to A, that they are aware of lead hazards in the house, and then they could explain, or they have no knowledge about lead hazards. So they'll check one of these and then initial there next to A. Next to B, pertaining to records or reports, they either have no reports or they do, and then they could explain, and then they'll initial one of these. They'll check one of these and initial here. And then here they'll initial that basically says that if they become aware of any lead hazards during this transaction, they'll make all parties aware. And then all the sellers sign and date, and their listing agent signs and dates. And then here down at the bottom, the purchaser acknowledges they received all the information above in section 3 from the seller. So obviously the seller needs to fill this out first. And then they check off that they've received all copies of the information from section 3 above. They'll also initial here that the purchaser received that pamphlet about the hazards of lead paint. And here it continues on, because that's on legal size paper. They initial here, and then they'll check off one of these that they got a 10-day opportunity, or they're going to waive that opportunity so they could close quicker to do that lead inspection. And then the purchasers sign and date, and the buyer's agent signs and dates. Okay. If you have a transaction for a property where a property was built prior to 1978, that's when this lead disclosure is required, not after. If you have a listing for property built prior to 1978 and you don't have this filled out, or it's not filled out properly, and the EPA comes into your office, or the New Jersey DEP, because they decide they want to collect some fines, they can start coming into your office and going through your office files. And then it's a minimum of a $13,000 fine. So make sure you got your paperwork in order.
6 years.
Well, the broker got to keep it for 6 years. So here's a picture of the lead hazard pamphlet. Here's what the cover of it looks like. And here's some of the issues. I just skipped to one of the pages in it, and I posted that picture here. The effects of lead on the human body here. Well, in children that are exposed to it, it could cause damage to their nervous systems and damage their kidneys. It could cause learning disabilities, attention deficit disorder, and decreased intelligence. You know, I remember my cousins goofing on me when I was a little kid and I did stupid stuff as a kid. They'd be like, "What the hell's wrong with you? Oh, are you eating a lead chips or something?" Goof. Yeah, my family, so loving, right? Speech, it could cause speech and language and behavior problems, cause poor muscle coordination, decreased muscle and bone growth, cause hearing damage. And while low lead exposure is most common exposure to exposure to high amounts of lead can have devastating effects in children, including seizures, unconsciousness, and in some cases even death. So although children are especially susceptible to lead, it could be dangerous for adults too. It could cause harm to a developing fetus, increased chances of high blood pressure during pregnancy. It could cause fertility problems in both men and women, cause high blood pressure, digestive issues, nervous disorders, memory and concentration problems, and muscle and joint pain. So a whole host of issues ingesting heavy metals, in this case, lead. All right, next up, we got radon. You guys ever hear of radon? Radon gas? Another invisible, odorless, tasteless gas that'll kill you. And it's not man-made. It's natural, coming from Mother Nature, deep within the earth, from decomposing radioactive rock, uranium. It could be found in the soil itself, too. Any level of radon is dangerous, but the government does have certain amounts that they consider acceptable, and amounts above this require remediation. So testing is usually recommended when there's a basement or crawl space, but no testing is required. You could and should always test with or without a basement or crawl space, even if the house is sitting on a concrete slab, though. I'm going to show you why. Radon is one of the leading causes of cancer. You guys know that? Second only to smoking.
Nope, didn't know that.
Yeah. Now, 4-PCI/L can also be expressed as 4-PCI or 4-picocuries, or some people pronounce it a picocurie, is considered a dangerous level that requires remediation, and you need to know that for exams. Okay, so what is radon? Invisible, odorless, tasteless, radioactive gas that causes cancer, causes lung disease. And it is dangerous at any level, but 4 picocuries is the level where remediation is required. Agents, you guys, must keep confidential any knowledge or reports about radon unless the owner gives you permission to disclose that information in writing. I always tell them, don't give me that permission, because I'm going to tell every buyer that walks in and every renter, for your protection, get a home inspection. Don't rely on some old reports that the seller has when they bought the house from years ago. Yeah, because radon comes from decomposing radioactive rock. It may not have been at the point of decomposing yet over millions of years, but now in the last year or two or a couple of years, now it did. So for your protection, get a home inspection. And test for radon, because that's not a normal part of a home inspection. It's an extra inspection you need to pay for. And if you already have a house, or you own or you rent, and you want to test levels of radon in your home, I'll show you a cheap test kit that you could do it yourself. Okay. Now, don't tell clients to do this, though. Let them have a licensed home inspector do the test for them. Okay. But for you, I'm going to show you guys how to do it. Okay. So agents must keep confidential okay, let me see, I already read that. Once a buyer submits an offer in writing, however, the agent must disclose any information or reports they have about radon. See, I'm just telling, yeah.
Doesn't make sense to me. Agents must keep confidential any knowledge or reports about radon unless the owner gives permission in writing to disclose?
Yep. So basically, when you're showing houses, you don't just blurt out, yes, there's higher levels of radon here, or we have had late radon test levels are at this, whatever the last time it was tested, whatever the hell that was. Okay. I'd rather keep that to myself and not say anything about it. However, when the person that's just for people looking at the house.
Okay.
Now, once they're interested enough that they want to put an offer in on it, now let's start talking about it. We have to disclose it now.
Got it. That makes more sense. Okay.
So basically, for looky-loos, we don't want to cause a public panic or scare, because if I tell you that this house that I'm showing you has high levels of radon, are you going to want to see the house for sale next door?
That's true. No,
because you're like, oh my God, this whole area is contaminated with radon. It'll kill you. And it may not be true. It could be that you could have, even though the New Jersey DEP keeps track of areas and towns that have more tests that have been submitted that came back positive for higher levels of radon. You could have one house that has high levels of radon, the one next door not even showing up, nothing. Okay, because it comes from the soil or the decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth. And it may be coming from underneath the one house, but not the neighboring house. So we don't want to cause needless public panic or scares. So let's highlight on page 154. Remediation is indicated if radon levels measure 4 picocuries, 4 PCI, 4 picocuries per liter or more.
Got it.
Got it.
I'm going to show you a little video here from Florida Realtors where they put together a nice video about radon gas. Wondering why New Jersey didn't do that. We're being outdone by Florida again. Even though this one was created in the It looks like it was created from the Miami Vice days of like the 80s or something, but or 90s. But they did a pretty good job explaining about radon here, and a lot of this stuff still applies to New Jersey. So let me put the settings there for sharing the video again. And
Hey Jeff, how was your open house today?
It went great. I'm expecting an offer.
Congratulations. Now, what do the prospective buyers think of the high levels of radon in the house?
Don't even mention the R word. This is one of my first experiences with radon. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't tell them anything.
Actually, it's not bad for business, and it's not that complicated either. Did you know that radon testing is required for some daycares, schools, assisted living facilities, and other kinds of care facilities throughout Florida?
No, I didn't. But why are we not required to test homes?
The Florida legislature felt that we should inform customers about radon and then leave the testing decision up to prospective buyers.
Radon problems are found all over the United States and all over Florida. However, many people still believe that radon problems only occur in places like underground mines, buildings constructed on reclaimed mine areas, and homes with basements. Radon is a naturally occurring radioactive gas produced by the decay of radium, an element found in most soils. The radon is released from soil grains and rocks and moves as a gas through the soils at different rates and distances, depending on the porosity of the soil and other geological and atmospheric characteristics.
so it comes into the house through the porous concrete or cracks in the concrete and enters the house.
If at the surface radon gas encounters an enclosed structure such as a home or a building, radon permeates through cracks and openings in the floor into the structure, where it accumulates and decays further into other radioactive elements. Outdoors, radon is not a health concern because it rapidly dilutes in the atmosphere to very low levels. Radon gas has no odor, taste, or color. Your body cannot sense that it is there. There are no telltale signs of exposure. If radon was not radioactive, we would not care that it was there. As it is, radon is a Class A carcinogen, proven to cause lung cancer in humans. Studies have shown increased lung cancer rates occur as a result of increased radon exposure. As radon decays, it releases a type of radiation called alpha particles, and radon converts into other radioactive elements called decay products. As you breathe, you bring both radon and its decay products into your lungs, where they emit alpha particles and other radiation. Because alpha radiation travels only extremely short distances, all the damage is done to lung cells. Over the years, more and more cells are damaged, and it becomes more likely that one of the damaged cells will turn cancerous. According to the U.S. Surgeon General, radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer after smoking. It is the leading cause of lung cancer among non-smokers. About 21,000 people die in the U.S. from radon-induced lung cancer each year, and about 1,250 Floridians. The units used to measure radon concentration in the air are commonly expressed in picocuries per liter. The average indoor radon level is estimated to be about 1.3 picocuries per liter. Roughly 0.4 picocuries per liter of radon is normally found in the outside air. The U.S. EPA estimates that for a lifetime of exposure to radon at the action level of 4 picocuries per liter, the risk of developing lung cancer is 1 to 5%. The risk is higher for smokers versus non-smokers.
You want to know what the risk level is for smokers versus non-smokers? It's significantly higher. Because smoking already weakens your body's natural system to protect itself. So the smoking has already done some damage to your lungs. So if you get now exposed to radon, your chances of getting lung cancer increase tremendously. Here, I got a chart that shows you. Here's a chart. Here's the amount that can be commonly found in outdoor air, the 0.4 picocuries. If you're a non-smoker, 1 in every 1,350 people will get cancer just being exposed to this amount that's common outdoors. However, in the same for that same exposure for smokers, 1 in every 260 people will get cancer for this small amount of outdoor exposure to radon. Now, indoors at 2 picocuries per liter, 1 in every 270 non-smokers will get cancer versus 1 in every 52 smokers. At the action level of 4 picocuries per liter, every non-smoker of 1 in 135 non-smokers will get cancer, and 1 in every 26 smokers will. At double that, 8 picocuries, 1 in every 68 non-smokers and 1 in every 13 smokers. And at a much higher level of 20 picocuries per liter, 1 in every 27 non-smokers and 1 in every 5 smokers will get cancer. That's a lot of people.
It is.
Now I'm about to show you a video. It's not meant to scare you, but we're just going to learn about it a little bit. But here's a test kit I took a picture of at Home Depot. Home Depot sells these test kits for maybe $5-10. They're really cheap. But the laboratory testing costs more. The laboratory testing may be about $50 to $75. Okay. And they'll either mail or email you the test results. So inside here, there's a carbon filter. This is not the same kind of professional ones that the home inspectors use. Theirs looks like a big can of shoe polish with a honeycomb, a black honeycomb inside. That's made of carbon that it just stays open, and it's a 3-day test kit that they leave in the basement or in the lower areas of the house to get exposed to the air. As the air flows over it, it keeps that exposure to any radon. And then you put the inspector comes back 3 days later, collects it, puts the cap back on it, puts it in a Ziploc bag, and sends it off to the laboratory for testing. So with the home inspector, it's usually $75 to $150 for this home inspection for radon. With us, we could get this kit for maybe actually, I think it's more along the lines of $10 or $15, and then about $50 to $75 for the laboratory testing. But over here on the back of this is something that we also saw in the video. Let me zoom in on it by changing the slide. Look at how many radon gas exposures lead to death every year in the United States versus drunk driving, home falls, drowning, and fires. Yet most people never heard of radon. 22,000 Americans die every year due to radon exposure. Have you guys ever heard of it before?
Yes, but not at these rates.
I mean, look, since we've been in kindergarten, they've been teaching us fire safety, right? But look, only 2,800 people a year die from fires. From drownings, 3,900. I didn't know
Maybe
that.
because people teach us about it, and so people need to be teaching us what you're teaching us right now, this radon gas, so the numbers will be lower.
Yeah, or they're not trying to scare people because you really don't have much you can do, right?
Maybe.
Home falls, drunk driving. How much money do we spend on drunk driving awareness and all that stuff? But yet, the road checks and police equipment and all kinds of stuff. Yet, far more people die from radon gas than they do from drunk driving. The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, anytime somebody gets a test for radon gas done, and it goes to there's only several laboratories that are approved to test for radon in New Jersey. And anytime that they get those tests, they're required to submit the results to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. So they add it to their database. And here's an interesting factoid I found out from my friend who's a state inspector. He told me that all new construction that's in a Tier 1 area is required to have at least one radon remediation system installed in the home for the new construction. For every 1,500 square feet of space. Now, what is a tier 1 area? Well, tier 1, there's tier 2, and there's tier 3. They're the these are the areas that come back with more test results with radon levels of 4 picocuries or greater. With high potential area is with at least 25 homes tested, having 25% or more having those higher levels of radon greater than 4 picocuries. Tier 2 areas, that's moderate potential. That's at least 25 homes tested with 5 to 24% having levels of 4 picocuries or greater. And tier 3, that's the low potential areas. That's, once again, they have to have a minimum of 25 homes tested in the area with less than 5% having levels of 4 picocuries or greater. Now, the interesting thing is that areas ranked in tier 1 as a tier 1 area, as more test results come in over time, once it's ranked as a tier 1 area, the DEP will never lower it. That sounds kind of odd because, you know, you figure more data, more accuracy, right? Why wouldn't they lower it if it comes back in lower later? Well, I guess they figure because it has once been ranked a tier 1 area, they want everybody to be aware of the dangers and have builders install and have people, you know, the remediation systems and have people test nonetheless. So you guys want to find out what area you're in? I've got this PDF document that they put together in 2015. Let's see what your town ranks. You curious?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. I'll share it on screen and let me do a search. Where's the search? Here we go. What town you want me to check?
Check mine, South Plainfield.
South Plainfield. You are in a tier 2 area. So as of 2015, when they did this testing, there was 3,759 homes tested. 466 came back with 12% or greater. So it was ranked a tier 2 area. But yet, look at this one right above it, South Brunswick. They tested 7,500 homes and 1,500. That's 3 times the amount of homes that had higher radon levels of 4 picocuries. That's 20%. So they still are in the 2% in the tier 2 area. Okay.
What's go ahead, sorry.
I was about to ask who else. You want me to look up an area?
Look up Newark.
Newark City, you're tier 3, so you're low potential area. So out of 4,900 homes tested, 154 came back. That's only 3%. So level less than 5% is tier 3 area of homes that come back with 4 picocuries or greater.
Cool.
Kevin, you want me to look up an area for you?
How about our town? Linden.
What? Oh, yeah, Linden. That's right. You live in Linden. Okay. Linden is tier 2. Wow. Look at that. 6%. So they just creeped up into that area above, because tier 3 is anything less than 5%, 5% or less. So, or less than 5%. So we're in tier 2 area. So you should always test. All right. Check this out. Radon gets into the home through cracks in the floor, through cracks in the wall, through open windows, through the sump pumps that don't have the tightly plastic fitting covers over them. Or if you got well water, it could come into the water with the water into the house. Here's a map showing you the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 areas that are color coded. Your book has a similar map, but it's not color. It's black and white here. I'm going to get caught up here on my pages. All right, so this is what that map looks like in color. So tier 3 areas are the low radon potential areas. Think you just move out of New Jersey, get away from it, maybe?
Everywhere.
Take a look. Take a look. Here's the United States. I guess Texas, Florida, South Carolina, maybe.
Cali.
Well, the northern section of Cali, the northernmost section of Cali and Washington. You'd be good in Hawaii and Alaska mostly.
But Puerto Rico. Is Puerto Rico on there?
Yeah, here you go. Well, that's Guam.
What does it say? Zone designator for Puerto Rico is under development. Is that what it says?
Yeah, yeah. So I guess you could always go back to those resources I went to and take a look at Puerto Rico, see where they stand. You know what some of the bonuses are living in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, you get tax breaks.
Tax breaks.
You
You
pay no
get
taxes.
no tax.
Yeah, if you live there 6 months out of the year, right?
Yep, no income tax.
Wow.
That's why it'll never become a state.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's still one of our territories. So you're an American citizen if you're Puerto Rican, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I know that, but I'm saying that's why they will never allow it to be a state.
No income. Well, there's places that are certain that we have that are states that have either no property taxes or no income tax.
No income tax, right.
Delaware.
Yep. Florida too.
Okay. Here's what about granite? You guys got granite countertops in your house, in your kitchen, or your bathrooms at all?
Yeah.
Where do you think granite comes from? They mine it. Comes from the earth.
Yeah.
Here's a granite plant in India. Here's one somewhere in the United States, and this one I think is in Italy. Look at it. So basically, look, you could picture yourself climbing this hill, but here's a cutaway of it, and you could see where they've been mining it to get those countertops. They cut away that really hard granite. Granite's a very hard stone. So they cut away at it. It's very heavy too. So these are those mining operations. Look at these trees. These trees could be about 200 feet tall. And then so you figure maybe about 50 or 75 foot of dirt before you hit the hard bedrock. And then that bedrock is granite. You could have some of that decomposing radioactive rock in it.
When you're thinking about remodeling the kitchen, you may want to upgrade countertops, something like granite. But there may be something hiding inside the granite you don't know about. Here to explain is Stanley Liebert, Quality Assurance Director for CMT Laboratories. Good morning. Good to have you with us.
Thanks, Harry.
We've had this machine on here this morning making noise and everything else. Let's first go down here. Here's a piece of granite.
That's a Geiger counter. It measures radiation.
Might be coming out of this granite?
Actually, that granite's been tested, and it puts out about 4 picocuries per liter, about the equivalent of radon gas.
Of radon gas. A lot of people have radon detectors in their homes. What is radon exactly?
It's a Class A carcinogen gas that we inhale. Causes lung cancer.
Okay, and so we found that this stuff is coming out of granite, like in your kitchen counters? I mean, some people have gone so far as to tear their kitchen counters out because of the concern. Is that justifiable, do you think?
In this case, 100 picocuries per liter of air in her kitchen, while the rest of the house was of radon gas.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Remember the chart I showed you only went up to 20, and it showed 1 in every 26 people will get cancer at that level. 100 picocuries per liter coming out of this slab right here in the kitchen where they removed this from. 100.
So this one has been tested, and let's go down here. I want to see, what is this little gizmo right here?
This instrument is a survey meter that we'll use to evaluate somebody's granite.
Right, and so this thing is on here now, and what's the number readout there?
It's right now reading around 1,100 counts per minute. We equate that to about 550 picocuries of radon gas or radiation.
And if you were
550 picocuries. Yeah. So if you got granite countertops in your home, you may want to test them. Or if you're going to put them in, get the granite tested before They could just have any reputable granite dealer should have a radon tester like this, or a radiation tester to test that granite before they sell it.
Called in and somebody had this granite on their countertop in their kitchen, would you say it's dangerous?
The probability we're looking at a problem here, and the granite would actually be removed. In the lower levels, we can usually improve it by exchanging air or install a system.
Just make sure there's good air quality, in terms of distribution of air in the room, so it's not as dangerous, right?
Precisely. The objective is bring fresh air in, exchange it with the air that's in the kitchen.
Right. Because we've talked about this before, but I'm having a difficult time getting my head around the idea that the countertops in your home might literally be dangerous.
Well, in this case, we're not only looking at the radon that's coming out of it, but to a woman that's recently pregnant, we're getting gamma radiation out of it that really has a direct impact on the fetus development.
Right.
So it's a couple things. Most pregnant women may be very close to that countertop and look at damaging. And that's what happened with that granite right there.
This one. Think about it, because there's granite all over the place in modern kitchens. Sometimes you have a little breakfast nook. You may sit there hours and hours and hours in a day. Is one color seem to be, in terms of the color range that's out there, what seems to be safer, what seems to be more dangerous?
We're seeing higher results in reds, pinks, purples. However, you got to test them all. There's a sample that we have here.
And so how does this work, very quickly?
This essentially is a test kit that a homeowner can buy.
Right.
He's going to show you how you could test your own granite countertops if you got them right now and they were never tested. He's using one of those professional ones. It looks like a can of shoe polish. That's that carbon filter. And you just put a bowl over it, keep it there for 3 days, and then send it off to the lab for testing.
Essentially, you install it, leave it for 3 to 4 days.
Right.
With a bowl over it. Essentially, you close it back up.
Oh, there's like charcoal and something like that. You put the lid on, you send it to a lab like yours, and you can find out.
Precisely.
Wow, that's really something. Stanley Liebert, very interesting stuff. Do appreciate it.
That is interesting. Any of you guys got granite in your house, granite countertops?
Yes.
You may want to test them.
When you're
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, but hey, better knowing, and
You scared me, and then over the weekend when Tess showed that what's that spooky house in Westfield, Watchmen.
Oh, the Watchmen.
And the self-defense videos. I'm like, oh my God. I'm quitting before I start. Just kidding. I'm not scared.
Now, this is a radon remediation system. If you have high levels of radon found in your home, how could we address this issue? Well, they basically cut a hole in your basement floor. They put a piece of PVC piping through it, and then they seal it around the concrete, between the concrete and the pipe. But they first dig a hole out, removing some of the dirt underneath the concrete flooring under your house. And that creates a gap where the gases will gather. And then this inline fan will kick on every now and then, create a little bit of negative pressure so that it'll suck out that radon gas instead of entering your house. Gas seeks the path of least resistance upwards, where liquids seek to pass the path of least resistance downwards. So the gas will fill this hole, and then every now and then that fan kicks on, sucks it out, and puts it up above the roof line. It lets it out above the roof line so that it enters into the atmosphere. It doesn't just let out right over here at the ground level outdoors, because then you could have open windows and they could be let into your house again, So that fan will be located outside, or you could have the pipes going straight up through the house, and then in the attic have the fan installed. This fan should never be installed in the basement, because then that would be pushing the air through the entire house. And if any of these joints in the pipe are leaky, now you're pushing it into the house, and it'll get into the house. So it's better to have it in the attic, and through suction, it'll create that negative pressure to suck it out. And if there are leaks in any joints in the pipes throughout the house, it won't suck it up into the house because it won't have enough pressure for that. So this is a radon remediation system. This is how they lower radon levels in your house when it's found that you have high radon levels. They simply take that radon gas and prevent it from collecting in the house, and by expelling it out above your roof line. Here's a cutaway of a house where you could see that one here on the outside above. You got the outside fan, and then it goes out above the roof line. Here's one that goes straight through the house, all the way up through to the roof, and you got that fan in the attic, that inline fan. It kicks on every now and then. And some people have those electronic radon detectors installed on the pipes within their houses too. Those are adding a little bit more to the expense of a radon remediation system, which could range anywhere from $600 to $2,500 or more, depending on how bad the problem is. Okay, next up, urea formaldehyde, UFFI, for urea formaldehyde spray foam insulation. Formaldehyde is a preservant, but you shouldn't be breathing that stuff in. I don't know if you guys, I don't think you guys had that. When I was a kid, we had science class in, junior high school, where we had to dissect frogs in our science class, and they would preserve those frogs so they didn't rot in formaldehyde liquid in jars. It was the nastiest smelling thing, but then you always get these kids that, they try to get high off of everything. So you get the one idiot that's like, breathing that formaldehyde in, trying to get high. Yeah, not the brightest person. But this stuff, formaldehyde, if you breathe that stuff in, it could cause cancer. Well, in 1982, the Consumer Product Safety Commission banned its use when they found that it does cause cancer in animals. However, the lawyers for the UFFI industry had that ban reduced to a warning label on the products for the installers, because even though it's been known to cause cancer in animals, it has not been tested on humans. So therefore, it's inconclusive, and you can't definitively say it causes cancer in humans. So that's why they removed the ban and put it back on the market just with a warning label. So people who are getting spray foam insulation installed in their homes, they should ask for the spray foam insulation that does not contain urea formaldehyde. And if they're buying a house that already has it installed, well, you should test to see if it's urea formaldehyde. And then I'd probably pass on that house, because that would be a hell of an undertaking to try to remove it from behind all the walls. Here we go. They're spraying it in between the beams before they put the sheetrock on. You can see they're spraying the spray foam insulation, and it expands. You guys probably go to Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever the hardware store is that you go to. Remember those little cans of spray foam insulation that seem like they expand forever and ever? You got to learn how to spray it right and just get the right amount, because it keeps expanding. This guy, he's obviously in the learning stage. He sprayed it, and that stuff is expanding way past. He's going to have to cut that back later. But not all spray foam insulation contains formaldehyde. Mold is another issue. Mold can be toxic. It could cause damage to the wood. It could cause rotting. Mold can be hazardous to our health. They could be toxic. They could cause respiratory issues, allergies, asthma in people that previously didn't have it. It could cause cancer even, and cause, of course, rot and damage to the framing of a house. And there are 3 elements for mold that are required for mold to take hold and multiply and grow and spread. One is a food source of organic materials, the wood, cloth, basically the building materials, can't do away with that stuff. Moderate temperature conditions. Mold thrives in the temperatures that we like. It's what we find comfortable, mold does too. So, however, mold will not grow in direct sunlight or in the freezing cold. The last one, moisture. That we can do away with. Moisture, if we remove moisture from the house, then the mold won't grow. So moisture often occurs indoors from water intrusion in the home because of maybe high humidity, or water penetration because the water tables are high because you're in a flood zone, or maybe you had clogged gutters that started leaking behind the walls, or broken or leaky pipes. You may have had a flood in your house, right? Sewer backups, or a bad EIFS stucco job. EIFS is a type of stucco, stands for exterior insulation finishing system. But it's anything but maintenance free. If it has a little crack in it, it could invite water behind the walls. And if they're using, depending on what kind of plywood or whatever they use behind the wall, some of them are fiber boards that are pressed together. And when they get exposed to water, they really warp and start to fall apart. But either way, it could trap the moisture behind the walls and cause some serious damage. I'll show you a video on that later. So what are the three elements that require mold to take hold and grow? That you could remove one of them. So we're gonna write here next to mold, 3 elements required for mold to grow and multiply, and then we'll highlight those that sentence there. Food source of organic material, moderate temperatures, and most important, moisture. And New Jersey Association of Realtors, our seller's property condition disclosure report, added a question there regarding mold and its remediation in the house. So how do we keep mold out of the basement? Well, first of all, you can walk around the perimeter of a house and see, is the ground level? Is it leaning towards the house, or is it pitched away from the house? Pitching away from the house is best. So when it rains, the water hits the ground and it rolls before it sinks into the dirt away from the house. Here, these people took an additional step. They pitched the soil away from the house. They covered it with a plastic or rubber, and then they put the decorative stone or finishing there so that when it rains, the water hits it, it doesn't penetrate, and it goes away from the house. And they don't have the gutters just, using these, the gutter pipes, the downspouts, they don't just empty right there onto the ground. That's the worst thing you could do. Instead, you should have that leader pipe connecting it that leads the water away from the house 3 to 5 feet away from the home. Otherwise, the water hits the ground, sinks into the soil, and stays along the concrete or cinder block. This is your basement wall, and it's always moist. And now you start smelling moisture and mildew because you have water within the walls now of the concrete or cinder blocks. You ever walk into a basement and smell moisture? You smell like a musty smell?
Yes.
Trust your nose. It always knows. If you smell that and then you're down there for a minute, you're like, actually, it's not so bad. I don't smell it anymore. Don't let your body deceive you. Your body is protecting. You have receptors in your nose, and they could smell and sense things. And when they're harsh or dangerous to the body, those receptors turn off. That's why you initially walk down in the basement, you smell that harsh smell, and when you're around it for a little while, you don't smell it no more. That's your body protecting yourself. Trust your nose initial response. When it smells something, there's an issue, okay? It's like with any harsh smell. All right, and we'll get into EIFS stucco and learning about EIFS stucco after lunch. So let me pause here. All right, so now I have another video here where a real estate agent, I think from Knoxville, Tennessee, explains to us a little bit about EIFS stucco. So this is a pretty good job explaining what EIFS is and what the problems of it, potential problems of it, pose. Can you guys hear this fine, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, I'm Jim McElroy. I'm a licensed real estate agent in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I'm going to show you what happens behind the scenes when this beautiful stucco facade fails and show you how we decided to repair this home's exterior. I will try to address your concerns about stucco and also provide tips on what to look for if you currently own a stucco home or considering buying a home that has a stucco exterior. Exterior Insulating Finishing System, EIFS for short, also known as stucco, is a gorgeous facade for both residential and commercial construction. It has superior insulating qualities, it is flexible, and it holds paint well. While it can add to your home's curb appeal, it is anything but maintenance free. This is a cutaway piece of EIFS siding. It is essentially a thick styrofoam material applied to your home's wooden exterior. It receives a base coat of synthetic material fortified by a fiberglass mesh, and then receives a final coat of synthetic material, and finally a coat of exterior paint. When the application of stucco was gaining popularity in the 1980s, it was common for the installation to be faulty or substandard, later requiring extensive remediation. After remediation, it is a must that the stucco be inspected on a periodic basis and maintained routinely. The problem with EIFS usually occurs at points where the EIFS meets roof lines, windows, doors, and of course the ground. If not properly sealed or waterproof, moisture can wick in behind the styrofoam and soak into the home's exterior wood sheathing. This is normally oriented strand board or OSB. OSB soaks up moisture like a sponge and will deteriorate rapidly when exposed to moisture. As you see here, once the wood exterior is wet, it becomes attractive for infestation from wood-destroying insects such as carpenter ants or termites. Anywhere there is space for water to pass the waterproof barrier of the stucco, at windows, doors, cracks, or holes, you can count on problems. A small crack in a caulk joint will allow enough moisture to pass to cause this kind of damage. Most of the damage is hidden, but you can watch for discoloration, surface cracking, and bulging in the stucco caused by swelling of the underlying substrate. Once the stucco is removed, you can see that the main damage to this house was from water seeping in at this window behind the EIFS. You have extensive damage and deterioration to the OSB sheathing, the header of this door, and to the rim joist that supports that wall, as well as the framing inside the wall itself. Over here closer to the ground, water has seeped in at the corners of this window and has deteriorated the OSB sheathing, also allowed infestation by either carpenter ants or termites, and there is extensive moisture damage to the framing of this wall. This is 4 2x6s sandwiched together that are roughly eaten away, and the OSB is just flaking away as well. I recommend for my clients that wish to sell or buy a stucco home to have an inspection by an EDI certified inspector. This will involve a visual inspection as well as a moisture probe to identify problem areas. Areas showing excess moisture levels will almost certainly have associated rot or deterioration. This will necessitate the removal of all of the OSB sheathing from this wall, the repair of all the affected framing members, then the installation of a new facade, which in this case will be vinyl siding.
That gives a pretty good explanation of stucco with some visual depictions there. So, carbon monoxide, it's a silent killer. It's an invisible, odorless, tasteless gas that'll kill you. It's a byproduct of carbon-based fuels. Everything in this universe is carbon-based. So therefore, anything that burns has a byproduct of carbon monoxide. It basically removes the oxygen from the air, and you get very sleepy, tired, and you don't wake up. Okay. So state laws require all buildings with attached garages or any appliances that burn fuels to have at least one working carbon monoxide detector installed. Now, many municipalities require more than this minimum standard. Many require hardwired detectors on each level of the structure and with battery backups. Now, there's a new law that went into effect in 2019 that requires carbon monoxide detectors have non-replaceable batteries. They have to be the 10-year sealed batteries because a lot of people tend to take the batteries out of carbon monoxide detectors when they run low and they start beeping, or they need the batteries for something else. They take it out of the detector. And that removes your protection because you don't see it, you don't smell it, you don't taste it, you don't know it's there until you're dead, or it hurts you very badly. So the purpose is to prevent these deaths, these needless deaths that happen every year. So here, let's highlight carbon monoxide. Colorless, odorless gas that occurs as a byproduct of burning such fuels as wood, oil, natural gas due to incomplete combustion. Look at this. They say more than 200 deaths happen every year because of carbon monoxide poisoning, and they're preventable, just by having a working carbon monoxide detector. Anybody know where you should install it, by the way, carbon monoxide detectors?
Next to the kitchen?
I mean, like, do you put it on the wall? Do you put it on the ceiling?
The ceiling.
Okay. We know smoke detectors go on ceilings, fire detectors do, but actually carbon monoxide detectors work lower down on the wall because carbon monoxide is a heavier gas. And by the time it reaches the ceiling, the room is completely filled with it. So by the time it starts going off, it's like, get the hell out now mode, actually, a lot of carbon monoxide detectors that have battery backups, you plug them into the wall. You just plug them into an outlet on the wall because it gets it a little bit lower. But there are ones that are just battery operated too. Where do you install them? A lot of people put them on the ceiling. You should probably put it on the wall because the wall, you could get a notification before it completely floods the room. So that new law I told you went into effect in 2019, January 2019, requires that 10-year sealed battery carbon monoxide detector. So if you got one in your house that has battery that are replaceable, throw it in the trash, get a new one. Look, I'd say every 5-10 years, by the time you should replace them anyway, by the time these batteries go dead, you should probably replace them anyway, because the elements inside them that sense the gas, they actually go bad. Smoke detectors, fire detectors, carbon monoxide detectors. It's kind of like the film that you see on windows in people's cars. You ever been in a smoker's car or house for that matter and look at the window? You see that film that gets on it that you can wipe with your finger, and it's just like you can see it's like a thick film. That gets on your detectors too, and it makes them not work as well. Okay. And I'm not talking about just smokers' houses, everybody's house, because you get dust and grime and humidity and then the cooling, it still gets a film that goes on those things. So every 5-10 years, you should probably be tossing them, getting a new one anyway. I'd say 10 years. 5 years not necessary. Now, newer homes
then there's
should have
no.
those hardwired detectors. Yeah, what's up?
I'm sorry to interrupt. There's no real good use then for those 2-in-1 detectors. Don't they have smoke detectors that are smoke and carbon monoxide that are pretty popular?
Yep. Smoke, fire, carbon monoxide. They talk to you and tell you what gas it is that's there. Yeah.
But that's not, I mean, I guess it could be a good backup, but like it shouldn't be your main carbon monoxide detector.
Yeah, because these are generally installed on ceilings,
Right.
because smoke rises, but I guess the smoke would be the first sign that there's a fire, but the carbon monoxide, it could also come from just well, I'll actually give you an example here with the video. We'll have an example where carbon monoxide actually comes from. I got a couple videos of this coming up, so let's get to it, and I'll show you the first one. Hopefully this one is loud enough. Let me know if it's loud enough. I know when I played it through my speakers, it was never loud enough because just a shitty recording, and I had to try to copy it from a news website. I mean, I'll try to raise the volume on my computer, but I don't know if that makes a difference for you guys, but let's see. Let me know.
Linden fire officials inspecting the home where
Is that
a
low?
9-year-old boy died.
It's low, but it's okay.
Was critically injured. Investigators believe a basement furnace malfunctioned, flooding the home with carbon monoxide, an odorless, colorless, and deadly gas. The alarm on the carbon monoxide detector should have gone off, but the batteries were dead.
It's a horrible tragedy. A lot of people don't know the problems with carbon monoxide.
Just 2 weeks ago, Linden firefighters and the Red Cross went door to door here on Passaic Avenue in Linden. Volunteers offered free batteries or new detectors, but firefighters say it appears the mother here never called to claim hers.
She's a very good mother, very good mother.
That's not a good segue for the news, going from that she never claimed hers, and then she goes says she's a very good mother. That's not a very good segue that the way they pieced those clips together here.
Carolina lives across the street. She used to babysit for the 9- and 10-year-old children when their mother went to work as a nurse. Carolina could barely speak when she learned the boy had died.
Said that the brother had passed away. So.
Investigators say the brother and sister were sleeping in a bedroom directly above the basement furnace that was spewing the toxic gas. Their mother called 911 and tried doing CPR to save her children. For her son, it was too late. He was in 3rd grade at School 4 in Linden. The superintendent says there will be grief counselors all week.
See, these are preventable tragedies, the Red Cross was going door to door, but she was probably working. She was a nurse, she's probably working. She got the babysitter across the street, I first heard about this on the radio, and you had people talking about, if you ever listen to NJ 1015, they talk about New Jersey issues, and that's how I used to listen to that as I'm driving to work or coming back, and I heard about this, and I was like, "Oh, that's a shame. It's a preventable death, But you had some people that were calling up and saying, the mother should be held liable. She should be held accountable because she took the batteries out of the detector, and the detector wasn't operable. They were giving away free batteries and detectors, and she didn't claim hers. She should be held liable." And then other people were like, "Well, I think she's learned more than a lesson on this. She actually lost a child, and the other one was in a coma, So you don't. I don't think she needs any more punishment than that. That's it's unfortunate. These deaths can be prevented, but what are you going to do? Fine a parent, put them in jail because they didn't have the battery in the detector. I think they learned a very hard lesson there. So of this, and this was just an accident because they had their furnace update. Was getting serviced, and the exhaust pipe that goes out to the chimney dislodged, and some of the gas was coming in and right underneath their bedrooms, and all night long they've been exposed to it. So it's an unfortunate thing. Okay, so here's another one that gives you a little practical advice about it. But in New Jersey, one of it doesn't apply anymore because they talk about when to change the batteries in your carbon monoxide detector. I guess the same can go to smoke detectors and fire detectors when to change the batteries, but you could get, like I said, those ones with the 10-year sealed batteries or a combination everything detector and install them in your houses. You should probably have one on each level. As far as the smoke and fire detectors go, they're supposed to be installed within 10 feet of any sleeping quarters. So within any bedrooms, within 10 feet, like in the hallways or something. Now, one thing I found with mine, I got a combination one. I put one on every level of my house. One thing I found with them, though, if you put them too close to a bathroom, and say you shower with the bathroom door and the bathroom doors open, and the steam comes out, you're taking a hot shower, um, and you take a long shower, that steam can actually set off the detectors. It could give it like a false reading of smoke or what have you, or just maybe heat. I'm not sure what actually triggers it off there, but I know that could actually trigger some of those detectors. So keep them away from the bathrooms, not so close to the bathrooms.
Most of you probably have your heat turned on this morning to stay warm in your home. Take a look at the temperature gauge there, 5 degrees. That heater that you're using is putting out carbon monoxide, and for some of you, you may be breathing that in without even knowing it. It's the time of year when we fire up our furnace, warm up our cars, take hot showers, putting our hot water heaters to use.
There's a vent on every furnace, there's a vent on every water heater. However, certain conditions can cause that to maybe not vent out.
And that could mean low levels of carbon monoxide are leaking into your home. Terry Kemper is testing the CO levels on this furnace.
So in this case, it says 26.
That's 26 parts per million, which Kemper says is safe.
35 parts per million is the area in which, action needs to be taken.
And your furnace needs to be serviced. Most of us are familiar with carbon monoxide poisoning when something like this happens.
The teen and 3 other family members were on the verge of dying from carbon monoxide poisoning.
This family was exposed to a high amount because a car was left running in their garage. But some people breathe in low levels of carbon monoxide every day, and that can also lead to health problems.
Kind of like flu-like symptoms. You'll feel nausea, fatigue, headaches, dizziness.
That can turn into bigger issues down the road.
Memory loss, agitation, confusion, balance disturbances.
Dr. Mark Larson says there's almost no way to test someone for low-level CO poisoning.
If someone's been exposed to a low-level chronic or long-term exposure, it's really difficult to make that diagnosis.
So if you feel the symptoms day after day, it might be a good idea to have someone check out your home. Now, Kemper says cars are actually the biggest culprit for CO poisoning, especially when they're left running in a garage that's attached to the house. So never leave a car running inside of your garage, and also get a carbon monoxide detector. Have one on every level of your house in those living areas. Kemper says that is just cheap insurance.
Good reminders, too, because especially this time of year, you're more likely to suffer.
And when you change the batteries in your smoke alarms, you probably do that during daylight saving time. Go ahead and change the batteries in your carbon monoxide detector as well. It does you no good if it doesn't have batteries.
Good advice.
Most of you probably.
All right, so we're also going to talk about EMFs, electromagnetic fields. They come from high tension power lines, groundwater contamination, and underground storage tanks. So, what about electromagnetic fields, having a house near high tension power lines? Is that something that you would like to live near? Probably not. But would you buy a house near high tension power lines? What exactly are the high tension power lines? Let me try to minimize this for a second. I'm just trying to pull up my resources again. And of course, that's not where it's from. Add the slides. Environmental hazards. EMFs. There we go. And I know something else is coming up after that, so let me look up another There we go. All right, now we're all set. Let's go back. Okay, so electromagnetic fields.
Hello, I'm Dr. Manny, and I'm here to answer your questions. Scientists and doctors make medical advances in cancer treatment every day. But we still don't know exactly why one person develops the disease and the other doesn't. We got this question from a viewer.
Dear Dr. Manny, I'm currently house hunting with my pregnant wife and came across a beautiful house that is almost perfect, except for the huge power lines directly behind it. I've heard some studies show an association between exposure to power lines and cancer. How worried should I be if I want to pursue this house? Thanks, Dan.
Well, Dan, power lines produce low to mid-frequency magnetic fields, or EMFs. According to the National Cancer Institute, these EMFs are in the non-ionizing radiation part of the electromagnetic spectrum and are not known to damage DNA or cells directly. But scientists speculate that they could cause cancer in other ways. In 2002, the International Agency for Research on Cancer classified extremely low-frequency magnetic fields as possibly carcinogenics to humans. The classification was based on studies that showed a twofold increase in childhood leukemia among children with exposure to high levels of magnetic fields in the home. But for more on that, we checked in with a cancer epidemiologist at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York.
Now, if any of that's true, then if you live with your cell phone attached to your ear, you're doomed, right?
After these early studies, there has been many other studies done with better methodology, and in general, these newer and better studies did not confirm the association between having a very high exposure. The high exposure was mainly coming from the wiring configuration within the home, not really from outside the home. Several international and national agencies have, including the World Health Organization, have reviewed the entire body of evidence and concluded that under most circumstances, there is really no risk from.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to take the World Health Organization's, read on that. They were also lying to us about COVID, where it came from, and that, hey, you get the jab, you won't spread it, you won't get it, and all that stuff, and that all turned out to be false. Take a look at this. If you could have a meter that senses the electricity in the air, those and you're not even near the power lines. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to stay there too long. That would be kind of a risk. Look, we can look to other countries, and we could go look no further than Canada and see that they put out warnings to their own workers that work for the power company near high tension power lines that they shouldn't spend. That there's a hazard zone and that they shouldn't spend too much time within certain zones and closeness to those power lines, let alone living near them. So this guy who sounds like Dr. Evil, who's talking about the World Health Organization's advice, saying, there's probably nothing for you to worry about. I don't know if I take his advice on that, Now, I've had situations where I took people, showed them houses. Actually, I recall one in Edison. I was showing somebody a house. It was a nice house for a rental. And we get into the backyard, and it is a beautiful backyard. I opened the sliding glass door. We go to the backyard. I was like, wow, this yard is beautiful. Looks like they had the green thumb guy there to take care of the lawn. It was so, beautifully manicured. They had this brand new wood fence up that was a very nice color of wood, a nice shade of wood with that brand new shed in the backyard that had the matching color. It was just stunning. It was just beautiful the way that it was set up. And I was blown away by how beautiful it was. And then the lady, so I opened the door and I walked out first and I was like, wow, look at this. This is amazing. And she was like, nope, nope, no way, And I'm like, huh? I'm like, I can't figure out why she's doing this. And then she goes, and she's like pointing behind me. And I look and I'm like, oh shit. There's a high tension power line stanchion, one of those poles right behind the backyard. It was so close I didn't even see it, hiding right in plain sight, But she saw that the second she walked out, she didn't look at the yard. She was looking behind the yard, and she saw that high tension power line. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, at this point, I realized, she wasn't going to be renting this property. So I was like, well, take a look at the bright side. You could save on light bulbs when your kids glow in the dark. You got to make a joke. You got to have fun with it. And I was like, come on, let's go out. Obviously you're not interested in this property. Let's go find another one. But you got to make light of the situation. It is what it is. They're not going to rent it. So let's just make a joke and move on. And then, try not to offend them with any jokes, but don't get too crazy with your jokes. But, then we moved on. We had fun. Okay. So
there's really no risk from exposure to electromagnetic fields. More research is needed to confirm whether the early studies maybe gave some signal in very exceptional circumstances.
Thanks, Doc.
So the bottom line is there's probably nothing to worry about, but more study is needed. Yeah. Okay. So in the meantime, do you want to risk it? Or do you want to wait till those more studies come out? How about this? I'll show you some examples. Of a couple things, actually. Hold on. Let me minimize this slide again. Go back to where I saw the other stuff. Or did I not download it? Yeah, figures. So I'm going to queue something up in the meantime. Where the hell is it? Why am I not seeing it? It's hiding right in front of my face somewhere. Okay, let me look in another folder here. Now I got this stuff. Oh, here it is. Right, that's one. Let me get the other. Not sure which one it is, so. Content, there we go. All right, so we'll take a a little look at some videos here too, but let me show you some screenshots I got here. Here you guys can see, let me make sure. Okay. Here you guys can see anytime you have high tension power lines, the power companies are supposed to make sure that the trees are trimmed away from them because so much power goes through them that they could get a power surge and have an arc and start forest fires and such like that. You know, you've got this wire zone where the wires are, but then on 15 feet on both sides, they should have it. I'm not sure if it's 15 feet or 30 feet in total. I think it may be 15, that the trees should be trimmed back, that they're not near that. So these things, they run through mountains, they run through forests. Power companies got to cut back trees. That's an undertaking job all on its own, just to maintain those. And, you know, they do get power surges, and sometimes they cause fires by arcing, but sometimes the lines catch fire themselves. You guys ever see power lines on fire? No? I'll show you a little one of that. So these service distribution lines, they're not high tension power lines. They got a lot of power going through them, but not as much as those high tension power lines that I just showed you. So, you know, the service lines, you got to be careful around your house with those, you know, don't go touching them, or even though animals you see often walking on them, don't go touching them yourselves, and be careful with ladders and such around them. Let me see. So here you get this Canadian company. This is a disclosure for them, where near the high tension power lines within 50 meters, you got increased cancer, stunted growth, increased triglycerides, you know, and at different distances away, you know, you get everything from stunted growth to abnormal EEGs, decreased calcium flow, yada, yada, yada. This is coming from power companies in Canada, you know. Look at this. Here's a power line that I filmed this. Here, let me just shut off the volume from all the traffic going by here. But take a look at this. This is right across the street from this is right across or right next door to a fire station in Edison.
Oh,
see, the power lines are on fire.
They
just surged. The firemen are just sitting there watching. Because what are they going to do? Spray water on live wires? They're just it's the plastic sheathing, the rubber that is over it that's surged and caught fire and melted. I've seen this actually quite a few times in Edison, on the same street, but on the further down the block, across from where my office used to be on Route 27. And that's what it looks like. It looks like raining fire. Those are the hot bits of melted plastic that are raining down. But it's a sight to see when you're driving by. You're like, holy shoot, look at that fire on the power lines, you know? Firemen are just watching it, waiting for it to burn out, or waiting for the power company to shut off the power, and then they could spray it. But they usually just wait for it to burn out, then they'll shut off the power, and then they'll replace those lines with sheathed ones again. Well, look at that, right next door to the fire station. Nothing they can do. All right, so here's some home electricity safety tips here. You know, locate all overhead power lines. Stay at least 10 feet away from them when you're carrying those ladders or anything that could touch them. Be careful trimming trees that have power lines going through them. I actually had this problem I don't have the tree anymore in front of my house. Lightning hit it, and then they finally had to take it down. I had this situation where every time it got windy out, sparks were coming down from the tree because the power lines were hitting it, and the sparks were coming down. So yeah, definitely don't go climbing or those trees or trying to trim them yourself, because you could end up getting a shock, getting a little zap. So when you carry ladders, you should be carrying them sideways like this instead of vertically. You don't want to chance it. And if you ever see down power lines, look, it says stay 35 feet away from them. You know, not 15, but 35 feet away from them, because they could arch and give you a little zap zap. All right. How'd you like to live here? This looks like hometown America. We got an American flag here, but high tension power line. I wouldn't want to live in any one of these units. Say that. This one, it's a little bit further away, but still. How about that? Put your kids in that bedroom right there. Look how close that is. Holy crap. I don't think this
Pick
is
the one you don't like.
What's that?
You pick the one you least like, and then you put them in that bedroom. It's like Cinderella.
Put the bad kid in there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, hold on, that would have been me. Hold on.
Look at that.
Wow.
This is not the United States. You can see the license plates here, but you could find this in the United States. I've seen it in Edison, where we had high tension power lines right in someone's backyard, right behind the one property. But I had one in the $1 million home section of Edison where they had a power line like this right in the middle of the backyard. See, look at this. Even the power companies put out this. Look, danger, no-go zone. Stay away from this area, you know. Risk assessment in this area that requires a spotter to keep an eye on you. Spotter required still to work in this area. And no spotter required all the way down here to Bob. Distance. Some more homes. This is the United States here. Yeah. So how do they keep the trees trimmed? You wonder that? How do they keep the trees trimmed in these areas?
They hire a company.
Doesn't the power company do it themselves, PSE&G or whomever?
Well, they got their own where they could do like little trimming and stuff. But yeah, they do hire people actually to cut back because it's anywhere where there's trees, they're supposed to keep them trimmed back. Like in your local neighborhoods, yeah. But what about where those high tension power lines are, where they got to keep the trees back at bay 15 feet at least, 15 to 30 feet away? I'm going to show you something. A way that they do it. Look at that helicopter with multiple circular
You can't see it.
I'm sorry. Thought you guys could see that. I thought I switched the screen. What about now?
No, sir.
Wait, where are you saying that you can't see? I can see the helicopter and the chainsaw.
I mean, I see it now.
Now you see it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put that back in place. Like a homemade giant chainsaw. All these blades on it. Not a chainsaw, it's called. That could be a time saver. Hey, when you got hundreds of miles of trees that you need trimmed back 15 feet away from the power lines, you know, you got to find something better than climbing up each individual tree to trim it, right? That's the old-fashioned way, the way that you used to do it. But actually, once they passed that legislation, we had the helicopters and the saws already. So there you go. That's something right there. Here's another example of that. It's actually a pretty good job if you know how to fly a helicopter.
Well, I'm Kenny Keller, the creator of Helicopter Online Ground School and author of the book Helicopter Check Ride. I had the privilege to go see one of my former students that started out with me over 10 years ago as a new kid right out of high school, and now he's a helicopter tree saw pilot. I spent 2 days watching him and his partner work the operation, the helicopter tree sawing, and it was absolutely amazing. These guys work awesome together as a team. They work a crazy schedule, 28 days on, 28 days off. They work really hard while they're away from their families, and then they get a break and get to go home for 28 days.
Close up look at this saw.
This is an absolute amazing helicopter pilot job. I've been in and around helicopters for 20 years, and I was completely and entirely amazed by this operation. The tree saw hangs below the helicopter from an aluminum tube, and the tube basically just is a carry mount for the saw. The saw itself has a gas motor that drives the saws with a belt. Pilot operates the saw from inside the helicopter. He could start the unit, get the blades spinning and get them up to RPM, and he can also turn the saw in relation to the helicopter depending on how he's cutting.
There's got to be a genius job too, being so close to the power lines. You know, you're talking 15 to 30 feet away. You got to trim those power lines. But it's interesting. This is stuff that we don't normally come across every day, you know, but this is stuff that keeps us living our lives and having the power to our houses, you know, and keeping everybody safe in the process. This is what they do. They trim those trees back that way. Oh, well, let me get that out. Okay. Back to the slideshows. And here we go. Now we'll talk about New Jersey's groundwater. We have the something called the New Jersey's Private Well Testing Act, and I don't think we have something on school exam. I'm not sure about school exam. If not, I got to put a question there about it. I got to take a look. But state exam, I'm pretty sure they usually give you a question about the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act. Here I explain it much better than the book, but I'll have you do a highlight in the book nonetheless. That under the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act, whether it's a sale or a lease, all property, whether residential or commercial, where the primary source of potable water is coming from an on-site private well, or in some cases an off-site well if it's feeding 15 wells or properties or more, requires the well water to be tested by the owner. Both parties must sign off that they received a copy of the test results. Otherwise, the contract is not legally binding. So if you're leasing or buying property where the primary source of drinking water, they refer to that as potable water or potable water, is coming from a well, that well water needs to be tested, and both parties need to sign off that they received a copy of those test results. Otherwise, the contract for the sale or the lease is not legally binding, and either party can get out of it. I actually helped a student in one of my classes get out of her lease contract because her lease was based her property that she was leasing had a well, and she's like, I know that the landlord tested it, but I never got a copy of the test results. He wouldn't show them to me. And I was like, well, you're looking to get out of that lease now? I was like, there's your out right there. If he can't prove that you signed off on a copy of that, then you could get out of that lease. It's not legally binding. You're not in breach of any contracts. So There you go. So both parties need to sign off that they received a copy of the test results of that water to see if there's any contaminants in it, whatnot. Some of the possible contaminants in water. I mean, you could have contaminants in public water from the water company, but because there's certain things that they don't treat for. Private wells can contain any types of contamination. Here's just a few. Arsenic. That's a big problem in north central Jersey. We got that Piedmont section of shale deposits that arsenic can come from. Radon, microorganisms, nitrates, heavy metals, organic chemicals, radionuclides that may be affecting the water, like from radon, fluoride, etc. I got a bunch of, by the way, links here, which some of them you could find a bunch of videos about arsenic awareness in water, and share that content on your own websites. Here I'll have one video about it that explains about the treatment, because it shows about the treatment. But let's do this highlight on page 157 on the third paragraph. Let's underline the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act and then highlight the rest of that in the next 3 sentences. All right. So,
got it.
Where does the water come from? You guys ever hear about the water cycle and learn about that when you were in school? Well, New Jersey American Water put together a series of all kinds of videos about water. This is just one basically explaining where do we get the water from that we drink, that we bathe in. Do you know what the average amount of water is that each person uses per day? Whether they consume it or use it to wash and bathe and clean dishes and everything. You know what the average is for most people?
No.
You want to take a guess?
How are we measuring it?
Per gallon.
So per gallon on a daily basis?
Yep.
I'm gonna say 200.
Oh, okay. You really went there. No, it's actually about 100 gallons, about half that. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it was a good guess. It was a good guess. It was a good guess. People use a lot more water than you really think. 100 gallons a day is probably the average between what people drink and bathe and clean dishes and flush the toilet and all that stuff, right? So all that water needs to be treated before it can be let back into the environment too. So where do we get all this water?
Where does your water come from?
My sink.
My sink?
Sink. The sky.
It comes from...
Through the faucet in my sink.
Usually the faucet, I don't know. Comes from a lake.
The creek.
Mountains.
Probably a reservoir or...
I believe it comes from the sewer.
She ain't totally wrong. I mean, sometimes the water gets treated and then it goes back into the environment and it does get used. It's amazing when we're still used to these modern amenities and water being delivered right into your house. A lot of people don't even know where it comes from.
Oh, hello. You caught me singing in the rain, which is where you may have seen me starring in that famous dance scene.
Hey, wow. You've been around a long time.
What can I say? I keep making comebacks.
Is that your way of saying you know a thing or two about the water cycle?
Absolutely. I am a bit of a water expert. Get it? Spurt, water, you know.
Very funny, Splash. Hey, let's get down to business. Water is one of our most essential resources.
But many people don't know where it comes from.
The water cycle is the continuous movement of water on, above, and below the surface of the Earth. Surface water is all of the water we see: lakes, rivers, streams, and of course the ocean. Heat and wind cause surface water to evaporate, forming water vapor, which rises into the atmosphere.
Now you see me, now you don't.
The higher the vapor rises in the sky, the colder it gets. The vapor freezes in tiny crystals and forms a cloud. This is called condensation.
I'm flying! Woo-hoo-hoo!
Water falls back to the Earth as rain or snow.
My precipitation skills make a big splash!
As the water returns to the surface.
Now, things get interesting, depending on where I land.
That's right. If you land in the ocean, you will eventually evaporate and return to the clouds.
True, but if I land on a high mountain, I'll freeze.
When snow and ice melt, the water either runs off into a stream or is absorbed into the ground.
That water collects far beneath the surface.
We call that layer of groundwater an aquifer.
To complete the water cycle, groundwater seeps back into surface water, and the whole process begins again.
To review. Evaporated surface water rises as vapor, collects in a cloud, and falls to Earth as rain or snow. Some of the water runs off into lakes, rivers, and the ocean. Some is absorbed into the ground, where it eventually seeps into surface water. Simple.
Thank you, Splash.
No prob. I'm hitting the shower.
All right. So, how does that water get to your home? Let's skip over the questions and answers section and get to here.
You don't want to drink this stuff. I'm telling you, I've been in a lot of water, including this reservoir. You know what's in there? Fish. You know what they do, right? They
Oh, Splash, don't even go there.
You know, a lot happens to this water before we can drink it.
You're telling me? Hey, I've been cleaned up a few times.
New Jersey American Water's experts work round the clock, removing bacteria, viruses, micropollutants, and other harmful particles from the water you drink. They do such a good job that American Water often provides water service that is better than what the government requires.
The treatment process begins here, at the pumping station.
Pumps draw raw water from reservoirs, lakes, rivers, streams, wells, or underground aquifers. Water travels by pipeline from the pumping station to the treatment facility. The first step in the cleaning process removes sediment and particles from the water with the help of coagulants.
What?
Coagulants are chemicals that act like magnets. They cause particles in the water to stick together. These groups of particles are called floc.
Huh, I didn't know I had it in me.
American Water uses two common processes to separate and remove floc from water. One sinks floc to the bottom of a tank. The other method pumps air into the water and floc, causing residual particles to float to the top. The separation of water and floc is called clarification. With either method, the clarification process removes most of the floc from the water. The next step? Filtration.
Whoa! Hey, watch it! Wow! Can a water droplet get a bruise? Sheesh! Ow! Wow! I just got pushed through layers of activated carbon, sand, and gravel. Please tell me I'm clean.
Sorry, Splash, you're not completely out of the water. You're filtered, but you might be infected with tiny microorganisms. Don't worry, disinfection doesn't hurt. Chlorine and ozone are just two of the ways we disinfect water at New Jersey American Water.
I love chlorine. It's been disinfecting water and keeping me clean for over a century. But what's ozone?
Ozone is supercharged oxygen. These bubbles scrub and disinfect. Viruses, germs, and fungi don't stand a chance.
Whoa! Hey, that tickles! Stop it already! I'm gonna wet my pants!
Hey, Splash, guess what? You're finally drinking water. Ready for distribution to homes and businesses.
Are you sure? How do you know?
New Jersey American Water's certified operators and water quality specialists test and monitor water throughout the treatment process, from source to tap. In fact, we conduct thousands of tests on your drinking water.
I'm certified, verified, decontaminized, and feeling fine.
There's actually a job you don't ever got to worry about it going away. We're always going to need water and water delivery, water treatment. You get a job working for the water company, that's a great job to get. Okay, so after water delivery and the treatment, how does it get to your home?
Splash. Journey.
You're telling me? New Jersey American Water maintains almost 9,000 miles of pipes. Not to mention tanks, pump stations, hydrants, valves. Whew, I get exhausted just thinking about it.
That's right, and each one has a big role to play. First, pumps move the water from the plant out to thousands of homes and businesses. Statewide, New Jersey American Water delivers about 330 million gallons of water to 2.5 million people each day.
That's no small task. Each gallon weighs more than 8 pounds.
That's right, Splash. Along the way, water towers hold thousands or millions of gallons of water. These towers help to provide reliable service when demand is high and during emergencies like power outages and fires. They also help to improve water pressure.
That's good. Sometimes I need a little help. Up hills, though.
You're in luck, Splash. Pump stations help deliver water to customers at higher elevations.
Phew! Thanks for the boost.
Like the water towers, these pumps also improve water pressure for homes, businesses, and emergency services. New Jersey American Water also maintains 45,000 fire hydrants across the state.
Wow, there must be a lot of happy dogs in the Garden States.
There's more. Valves located throughout the pipelines reduce the number of customers impacted when repairs are needed or breaks occur.
That's really important. Not to be a wet blanket, but some of those pipes are getting pretty old.
How old are New Jersey's water pipes?
Probably old. Hundreds of years old.
300 years?
600-700 years old.
Our country is about to be 250 years.
I have no idea.
20 years old?
A lot older than me.
Hopefully they're not that old.
They're not as old as George Washington.
Good guess.
New Jersey American Water's pipes range from less than 1 month to over 100 years old. Here we have the Historic District. These pipes were installed in the early 1900s and are still serving customers today. Yeah, some pipes like this still work, but they're getting old, and they won't last forever.
You're right, Splash. That's why New Jersey American Water has invested more than $150 million each year to improve its systems. Of that, $40 million is spent each year on replacing and fixing old pipes and equipment. But even that's not enough to keep up. At that rate, it will take hundreds of years to get to them all.
Hundreds? That's a long time. Won't the pipe start to break before then?
Yes. And fixing breaks can cost 10 times more than replacing pipes.
Wow, so investing in our water systems is more important than ever. That's good. I could use a raise.
Don't get too excited, Splash. New Jersey American Water still costs less than a penny a gallon. But if we want to replace these pipelines and upgrade facilities at a faster pace, we'll need to invest more.
That's okay. We can all benefit from new pipes, tanks, pump stations, fire.
Now, keep in mind, New Jersey American Water is not the only water company. There's different water companies throughout the state of New Jersey. They're probably one of the large ones, the very large ones. But we've got different water companies servicing different areas of the state. So let's move on. Look at that. We got the pumping stations. We got the water towers. These help bring the water to your home under pressure, especially during the morning when everybody's taking a shower and the usage is in demand, or when there's a fire and they open up those fire hydrants, It's interesting how the water pressure is built simply by the weight of the water itself. They said each one is almost 9 pounds, each gallon of water. So just under its own weight and the height of the tower is what builds up the pressure and delivers it to your house. Do you know that the pipes leading the water to your house, the water pressure is under such high pressure, you need reducing valves that lower the pressure that comes into your house. Otherwise, it could damage your washing machine or your dishwasher or your water heaters. They come in at around 60 pounds, 60 psi. We need to reduce it down to about 14 so it doesn't damage your equipment in your home. So, what do water towers do?
At New Jersey American Water, we work hard to keep your life flowing. One question we're sometimes asked is, what do water towers do? We have nearly 200 water towers across the state, and they provide water pressure throughout our system. Each foot of height provides almost half a pound per square inch of water pressure, so they must be tall enough to supply the needed pressure to customers in the area. The tanks themselves are quite large and can hold upwards of 10 million gallons of water. That's over 300 times the amount of water in an average swimming pool. Water towers are also used as storage to help supply extra water when a lot of people are using water at the same time, like in the morning and evening when people are taking showers, using the bathroom, and cooking. During the middle of the day and overnight, when less water is being used, we restore levels in the water towers so they are ready to be tapped again. Just one more way we keep life flowing.
Plumbing in the house.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to another instructional video. In this video, I want to cover how the plumbing works in a typical home. Everything we do pretty much relies on plumbing when you think of it for a second. Whether it's washing your car or brushing your teeth before going to bed, you're using your home's plumbing system. A home's plumbing system is composed of 4 things: waste drains, waste vents, potable water, and rainwater management. So let's go through each process one by one and talk about what they do. Let's start off with the drains. Most homes have either ABS, PVC, or cast iron drain pipes and vents. These pipes are connected to all the fixtures in the home, such as toilets, sinks, bathtubs, and showers. When the fixture is used, the waste is carried inside these drain pipes that have a slight slope to them down the main drain, up until it reaches the municipal drain under the street. I'll also show where this waste goes later in the video. Every here and there, you'll find cleanouts like this. These are what give you access to the inside of the pipes in case there's a blockage. Most homes in the US also have these outside, so it's easier for the plumber to access it. As for pipe sizes, most toilet drains are 3 inches, kitchen and bathroom sinks are 1.5 inches or 2 inches if it's wet vented, and showers and bathtubs are 2 inches by code. The main stacks are either 3 inches or 4 inches depending on what the code asks for and your municipality. But some homes don't have municipal services, so how do they get rid of their waste? Simple. The main drain pipe that would normally go to the sewers goes into what's called a septic tank. This septic tank, which is either concrete or polyethylene, separates the solids from the liquids and flows into a leach field or drain field.
Before we go any further with that, you need to maintain septic systems when you have them. You actually need to buy active bacteria. It's like a powder. You flush it down the toilet or pour it directly into the septic tank, periodically every couple of weeks or every month. And its purpose is these bacteria break down the solid waste, the poop, the toilet paper, anything you flush down that goes into the tank. That solid waste can get broken down so that it doesn't need to be drained out. You don't have to hire a company to come and vacuum out all the solid sludge and waste as much.
Which then goes into the ground to get naturally filtered. The solids, though, eventually need to get pumped out by a vacuum truck to make sure it functions properly. Now onto the venting. For these fixtures and drains to function adequately, the system needs to be properly vented. When a toilet is flushed, for example, the water pushes the air downstream, causing a negative pressure behind it. The vents are what equalize this change in pressure to prevent things like gurgling and P-traps being siphoned out, which would allow for sewer gases to find their way inside your home. These vents get their air through the roof and need to stay clear from bird nests and debris, or you're assured of having problems. Something else this vent serves is to relieve any pressure buildup inside the actual municipal sewer line. Some cities had their manhole covers blast up 50 feet in the air because rats would chew on electrical wires and would in turn create a spark and ignite the methane gas inside the sewers. So the vent minimizes the chances of this happening. As for potable water goes, it comes from the street like the other services and typically has between 40 to 80 psi of pressure. Every home with a water supply from this city has to have a shut-off valve outside just like this, in case the city needs to close the water. This copper...
Or in case you don't pay your bills, that's where they shut off the water to your house. They go there to that valve. You guys know where it is in the front of your property. They go down there and they put this long rod down there that has a socket at the end, and they turn the valve on and turn it off to shut off the water on your property, or turn it on when you pay up on your water bill.
line, which is normally 3/4 of an inch in size, comes into the basement through the concrete slab to another shutoff valve, which is only accessible to the homeowner. Here we see the hot water tank. Your hot water tank, which is either electric or gas fed, is fed cold water to then heat it up and distribute it throughout the house thanks to the city's pressure. Some homes still have CPVC or copper lines, but new constructions use mostly PEX as it's reliable and quick to install.
And cheap, and less likely for someone to break into your home and cut out your pipes to steal your copper pipes. You got a bunch of crackheads and junkies out there that they like to break into homes and steal copper from the power lines, but they also like to steal them from your plumbing. So if you have a vacant house, especially if it's in a not so great of a neighborhood, you may experience that happening where people are stealing, cutting out the pipes and then selling it at the scrap yards for a little bit of money so they get their drugs and booze. I've told landlords where this has happened before, do not have the plumber replace it with copper pipes. They will get cut out and stolen again. Instead, ask them to replace it with PEX. PEX is worthless to the thieves. It's not worth anything. It's plastic. They're not going to get anything for it. That's some very helpful advice you could actually give your clients if you ever experience this. I've experienced this with a lot of homes that I've had listed before, where the plumbing has gotten cut out by thieves.
Stall. So back to before's question, how does one get water if there's no municipal services? In rural areas, people use wells. A well is basically a hole that's drilled approximately 500 feet in the ground to access groundwater via pumping. This water is pumped back up and goes through a series of apparatuses to make the water drinkable. A downside to this is if the electricity cuts out, you'll need a generator to get a glass of water. And the last aspect is rainwater management. In the past, rainwater and sewage was combined, meaning the rainwater went into the same sewer as the waste from your house.
In New Jersey, in some areas, it still is. They still have not separated the waters, where the water goes, whether it is clean water versus sewage water. And it all goes to the treatment plant. Because it's a very expensive undertaking, and in some areas we're still working on separating the water systems from the sewage water to the water that just comes from rainwater, and so therefore sometimes that could cause some serious backup issues. Or down at the plant, if we have a lot of storm water that comes in and floods and such, that combines with the sewage water, it comes in faster than the plant can treat it. And then therefore it gets bypassed and just goes back into the environment without ever getting treated. So in some areas, they still need to work on that.
Since then, they've been separated to make water management easier. So when it rains, all of this water has to go somewhere, right? The rain that falls on the house's roof trickles into the gutters. Now, the gutter's job is to divert the water away from the house to prevent water infiltrations. So what most people do is install a 5-foot piece onto the downspout so the water has somewhere to go, which is perfectly fine. Other people prefer recovering this water in barrels to use as non-potable water to water their plants and flowers, and some actually connect them to the weeping tile or French drain. The French drain is the corrugated pipe that runs around the house's footing to catch any excess water in the ground. The problem when doing this is that the municipal drain could get overloaded very quickly and overflow. So it's best to invest in a rainwater collection system or to just let the soil absorb the water if possible. So where does all of this waste and rainwater go once it's in the municipality's hands? Both of these services head down the road, which eventually need to be lifted at a lifting station, which pumps the storm and wastewaters back up so they don't go too deep. The rainwater dumps itself into a nearby river, and the waste continues to the sewage treatment plant where it passes through multiple filters and treatment stages to then be released back into the nearest river, and the cycle continues. The water from the river is filtered and pumped back into the city's main as potable water.
That you drink. So the one girl that said the sewer, she wasn't completely wrong. Your sewage water goes to treatment plants and then let back out into those rivers and reservoirs and all that, and then it gets sucked back in and gets treated again to then get sent to the household to be
which is safe to drink. And that's basically how your plumbing system works. I hope this video...
All right. So now in that video, he talked about P-traps getting siphoned out. You guys know what a P-trap is? It's the pipe, that bent pipe that's under your sink. You ever look under your sink and you see that bent pipe? How come the pipe's not just a straight pipe that goes out? Well, because yeah, it serves a purpose. It prevents gases. It's not about the water so much, but it prevents the sewer gas, the methane gas, from entering your home.
At the P-trap. Instead of extra piping under your sink, then you're looking at the P-trap. P-traps are named after their shape. They use a small bend in the pipe to trap water, creating a seal. This trap seal prevents sewer gases and odors from leaking into your home.
But if your house sits vacant for a while, let's say you go on a month-long vacation, this water can evaporate. And if that happens, you come back, your house kind of stinks like sewer gas. And that's because it evaporated enough that the water can, that the gas can come in and come out in through your sink or your tub. Another thing is when hair gets trapped in here or other debris, the water can actually get siphoned out by that hair. It's called capillary action, where the water actually goes upwards for that hair and debris and siphons itself out.
As water drains through the P-trap, air is pulled from an outside vent to equalize the pressure. Now, if the vent is blocked by snow, ice, or debris, then the trap seal could be sucked out with the draining water. When this happens, you might hear a gurgling sound as air is pulled through the sink drain. And you might start to smell sewage coming out of that sink.
So I guess when you're looking at new homes for people or, showing them homes, you go to the bathroom, you flush the toilet or you run the sink and see if you hear any gurgling noises. That'll give you a sign if there's any issues with those pipes being blocked up, those vent pipes, if you do hear the gurgling noises and such. You know, since I've been teaching these classes online, I teach it from home. I go to the office every once in a blue moon. The toilets have no water in it. You know, I go there and I just flush the toilet, run the sink for a few to get it there. Otherwise, you got sewage gas that goes in there, and that could be explosive.
Without access to outside air, the vacuum in the system might pull air from another plumbing fixture. For example, flushing the toilet could pull air from the sink, removing the water from the trap. So if you smell sewage out of the sink drain after flushing, this could be a sign of a larger ventilation issue. S-traps are similar to P-traps, but are no longer installed in homes because they have the potential to lose the trap seal. If enough water travels through an S-trap, it will create a continuous channel through the pipe and will siphon the water out of the trap. Fortunately, an S-trap can be retrofitted into a P-trap by adding a trap arm with proper access to an air vent. Additionally, a buildup of waste can also create problems. Strands of fabric and hair along the pipe can cause water to slowly leak out of the trap through capillary action. This is why it's important to keep the P-trap clear of debris.
All right, and that's that. All right, I'm not going to go through all these videos. We got a lot of stuff to get through. This is about cleaning the head of your shower. You guys should probably do that once a month. Take the head of your shower off, or if you've got it connected to a hose, and put it in a bucket of slightly diluted bleach, and just let it soak for a half an hour to an hour, and make sure you fully rinse it out before you actually use it. You don't want to spray any bleach in your eyes or on your hair. Yes, you do got hair, Jonathan. You got it on your face there, so you don't want to get that bleached out, right? So they basically say it could. The shower head could be breeding all kinds of bacteria and disease and stuff that could actually cause respiratory issues and problems, or worse. So we're going to avoid the video, and I could just explain it to you in 2 seconds like that. And that's how it gets done. I mean, I got videos that I don't even have in here. I used to have on show, but they take up too much time. We got these, if you are in a high-rise building, you know, say you got 12, 13 stories or more in your building, how does the water get up there? Do they need these huge pumps to pump up the water to you so that you get water pressure to your apartment? Yes. However, that would be very costly to have those pumps running all the time, and there would be a stall time from the time you open the faucet to the time those pumps kick on, build up pressure, get the water up to you. So this is why most of those buildings have water towers on the roofs. You guys ever see those water towers? Ever look at a New York skyline? Most of those buildings got water towers on the roofs. You ever see that show called Dirty Jobs? You know, where that guy follows people around that do jobs that most Americans don't want to do, but without somebody doing them, we wouldn't live in a modern society and have these conveniences. And one of them was replacing those water towers that are on roofs. That's a pretty scary job. They're doing construction over there. They're not even tied in, and they're replacing water towers on the roofs that are very windy. But one thing they say that in New York City, so I'm sure New York City got laws on this, so I'm sure New Jersey does too. I just haven't looked into it. Building owners that have water towers on the roofs are supposed to drain them once a year, the water towers, because they could have dead animals that got their way in there, or they could have bacteria breeding in there. And the way to prevent it is to drain the tank once a year. The crazy thing is, I think they said like 80 or 90% of New York City property owners that have water towers on the roofs don't do it. That's crazy. I guess they don't want to spend the money on the water bill there, but they got to drain it once a year. Now, how wells work is interesting because anybody here have a well water, or you guys all work off of city services? You get city water, bringing the water to your house.
I got
City
city.
water and filters. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you figure that we live in areas closer to the city, right? We don't, even if you don't live in an urban area, you live in a suburban area. Um, you'd expect in rural areas them to have well water, but we have areas here right in suburban communities where there's people are still getting their water from well water. So right here in Edison, Piscataway, the areas all around us here, you could be on well water, and for sewage, it could either be connected to city services or your own septic system. Anybody here have a septic system that they have in their house or attached to their house? No? Okay.
For many people in the world, they get their water supplied to them through a central supply system that feeds to their pipes in their house or apartment. However, for the rest of the world not hooked up to centralized water, they get their water through private or public wells. Wells are some of the most essential components to developing a sustainable society. They provide a clean and reliable supply of water for drinking, bathing, and irrigation, even in locations where water on the surface is scarce. Wells are essentially just holes in the ground filled with water, but they have more complexities than meets the eye. Let's take a closer look at how wells work. Wells historically have been dug by hand. They essentially are just holes in the ground whose depth goes below the water table. The water table is the level of groundwater below the surface. Nearly everywhere on Earth has a water table below the surface, but in some places it's a few feet, and in others it's a few hundred or even thousands of feet. The water table isn't just an underground open lake, though. It's dirt and rock like everywhere else, except the groundwater fills the space in between the particles. In days of old, workers would just dig a hole until the hole started filling up with water. As long as the hole depth stayed below the water table depth, the hole would continuously fill with water. Many wells in remote places are still dug by hand, but now most are dug by drilling machines that can create much more uniform and far deeper wells. All of that said, let's dive into the few different types of wells in a little bit more detail. First, there's the dug wells, like what we mentioned before, and these are typically dug with shovels or simple hand tools. They'll only be possible in places with high water tables and soft ground. Once a digger reaches the water table, the hole is typically lined with stone to stabilize it. These wells typically can't be much deeper than the water table itself, as you can't dig past the water table with a shovel. The hole will just keep filling in. This is the same phenomenon you've likely experienced digging a hole in the sand at the beach. The next type of wells are driven wells. These are wells made from small diameter pipes which are driven into soft ground. These pipes typically have screens at their bottom to filter out sand and particulate matter, and can be effective, quick, and simple ways to make a well. However, they do have some drawbacks. They can really only reach shallow water, and contamination from the surface can easily occur. The last type of wells are drilled wells, which are likely the most common type of wells today, but they're also the most complicated and expensive to make. They are drilled using massive rigs which can go through all types of earth. These wells are typically very deep, upwards of 1,000 feet, and are used to reach very deep water reserves. Now that we've gone through the different types of wells, let's learn a little bit more about how they actually function. Wells fill up based on the groundwater level, like we mentioned before. Once you take water from the well, water from the surrounding groundwater slowly starts to fill the well up again. The rate of this refilling has to do with how much groundwater surrounds the well and the size of the particles in the ground, among a few other factors. If the particle space is large, the water will fill faster. If the well is fine clay, then the well will take a while to refill. For most wells, a pump is placed into the well to suck out the water. When water is pumped out and the surrounding water tries to refill the well, something called, and what is my favorite term in engineering, the cone of depression, forms. The cone of depression is not what you wear when you're feeling a little bit sad. It's actually a conical depression in the water table that can extend far beyond the well itself. In fact, if a high flow rate well is installed too close to another well, the first well's cone of depression can draw the surrounding water table down so far that the neighboring well no longer works. There are formulas engineers use to calculate and model cones of depression when designing wells, which is crucial to make sure your well doesn't adversely affect anything else in the surrounding region. It's also crucial to make sure that your well doesn't overpump the water table. If you suck too much water from the ground, eventually the ground can compact and the water table will drop permanently. This settling can cause the ground elevation at the surface to go down.
Remember, I told you that, some people say, oh, the sea levels are rising everywhere. Well, it's not always rising. In some areas like this was in California with the farmland, they pumped the water so much, you could see this is where the ground level used to be in 1925. And then they keep pumping the water out of the ground, which supports it. And then it creates empty caverns, which eventually collapse and the ground sinks. So here's where it was in 1955, and then here in 1977. So look
You can't see
how
your screen if you're showing the same thing.
You can't see the screen.
No.
What about now?
No.
Huh. What's happened with you? You can't see the screen all of a sudden.
I know, man.
I didn't change anything.
Now it's on.
Okay. Well, I killed it and then I started it up again.
Okay.
So then, so here in 1925, here in 1955, and here in 1977, and to give perspective, there's a man standing there, and I think it says that's somewhere in California. So to give perspective, you got a man standing there. Look how much the ground level has sunk since 1925 to 1977, just from pumping the water out of the ground for irrigation. And, California is the one that complains the most that the sea levels are rising, right? Maybe it's just that their ground is sinking.
In some cases, many hundreds of feet over years of well pumping. This has occurred in regions of the US, like in California and towards the West Coast. While there are a plethora of public wells that supply water for entire cities, let's focus on private wells to understand a bit more about what goes into them. Many people across the world supply their own water through private wells. These wells will be drilled near their dwelling and will have a screen at the bottom to filter out grit, a submersible pump placed at the bottom of the well, along with electrical wiring to power the pump. There will typically be a tank above ground that pressurizes the water, giving your house pressurized water to use in sinks, faucets, toilets, and showers. It's really as simple as that. The main components of wells are the well casing, which is a solid tube structure of the well cap, which is a cover of the well placed at the surface to keep animals or debris from falling in and contaminating the well. There's well screens, which are placed at the bottom of the well to keep sediment out and keep the well from filling up with dirt. Then there are pumps. Jet pumps are the most common pumps for private wells mounted above ground, which use suction to draw the water up. However, if a well is deeper than about 25 to 45 feet, a submersible pump will be needed.
And that's for most wells that supply water to people's houses. They're probably going to be considerably deeper than 25 feet.
At these depths, the pressure required to pump water up this height is far too much for most above-ground pumps. Submersible pumps are used for deep wells and are placed at the bottom of the well. And that just about covers it. Wells are crucial to civilization, but require a number of technical factors to be considered when creating and designing them. This video is primarily focused on the basics of wells, but there are some more technical concepts that we skipped over. Things like aquifers, waterhead, calculating flow rates, water volume, and other uses for wells beyond purely water collection, to name a few. Hopefully, though, this was enough.
And you don't need to know any of that stuff for exams. You don't need to know this stuff for exams. About, you're going to need to know about well water because, public water is not available everywhere. And tying into it may be may be costly, if at all possible. There's plenty of places in Edison and Piscataway, for example, that have well water still. And you would figure that they would be connected by regular water. Now, what about arsenic? Arsenic is, we don't want it in our bodies. It could cause some serious health issues. Is arsenic man-made or created by man? No, not necessarily. But all we hear about is those issues about like man-made stuff, like in Flint, Michigan, because of the water coming through lead pipes and such. But
water pollution is a common environmental problem in the world today. Often we think of water pollution as caused by human activities, as was the case for the recent water crisis in Flint, Michigan. But is all water pollution caused by humans? Not always. For example, groundwater contamination by arsenic is a natural occurring process and is becoming a worldwide environmental issue. In South and Southeast Asia alone, more than 100 million people are exposed to arsenic-contaminated groundwater, leading to severe health problems including cancer and skin disease.
Arsenic is a chemical element that is often found naturally in minerals. If you drop a rock containing arsenic into a cup of pure water, odds are not much will happen because most forms of the mineral are not soluble in water alone. However, if we add the right mix of microbial organisms and organic carbon into this cup and take out the oxygen, the mineral will break down and release arsenic into the water. Even though all this is happening naturally, human activities such as well drilling and irrigation can change the groundwater flow pattern and introduce more organic carbon that will further facilitate the arsenic release process. If your well water turns out to be contaminated, there are a few options to regain potable water in your household. The first option is to join a public water supply system. The second option is to install an arsenic filter for your well. The last option is to drill or switch to a new well that is more likely to produce arsenic-free groundwater. In less developed countries, the last option is often preferred due to the absence of a public water supply system or effective water monitoring and treatment equipment.
Today, international science communities such as MIT have built many study sites in arsenic-affected regions. The research effort has also motivated programs that are in place to help affected populations regain clean drinking water.
All right. So what do you do if you do have well water? How can you get that well water treated? Well, there are groups like the New Jersey Housing Mortgage and Finance Agency that provides interest-free loans for homeowners so that they can get water filtration systems and have clean, drinkable, potable water in their homes. So I have a link here to that. This is the through the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs. There's the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency. And they're the ones that you could get that interest-free loan of up to $10,000 to install water filtration systems in your home. So there's a lot of things that your home water should be tested.
So you found out you have unhealthy levels of naturally occurring arsenic in your well water. Unfortunately, northern New Jersey groundwater is especially vulnerable to arsenic contamination. There are two types of arsenic to watch out for, arsenic 3 and arsenic 5. The most effective treatment methods remove both types of arsenic. Installing any of these systems into your home can be an easy and affordable investment in the health of your family and the value of your home. In this video, we will explain two effective treatment systems and how to maintain them in order to keep this toxin out of your home. Whichever system you choose, be sure to test annually to help determine if treatment units need replacement. The point of entry system treats high levels of arsenic in your water through a tank system installed in your basement. It is the most effective in reducing overall exposure to arsenic. The primary benefit of the whole house treatment is eliminating the risk of drinking arsenic-contaminated water from untreated faucets, and it also prevents arsenic exposure from other water uses such as bathing and brushing teeth. This is especially important if you have young children who may not consistently use water from a single source.
And in this case, you're looking at a larger filter, several feet in height, and it's traditional to the same type of tanks that are used for people to use in their house for softening the water. So we're using the same type of apparatus, and we put the media into those tanks, And then there's a valve that is placed on top of that tank that operates the system and makes sure that the homeowner has the easiest operation to handle.
The system is comprised of 2 tanks, each that contain ferric oxide media, granular ferric oxide. The first is the worker tank that takes care of the majority of the arsenic as it comes in, and the second is the safety tank that will gather any arsenic that may make it through this. This does the primary job, and again, this polishes that water.
The installation process takes only a few hours, and maintenance is simple. Though the installation cost for the point of entry system is the most expensive, the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency offers interest-free loans to help you cover the cost. The media inside of the tanks only needs to be replaced every few years, leaving the average maintenance cost to be less than $1 a day. Point-of-use systems use under-sink cartridges to remove arsenic. The system provides treated water for drinking and cooking use from one tap only, usually the kitchen sink. Maintenance is very important to ensure that the filter continues to work and generally only requires changing the cartridge once a year. That being said, this point-of-use system does not protect your family when they are drinking from other taps that provide water for bathing, showering, and brushing teeth.
When we found out that the water in our home is contaminated with arsenic, we decided that the point of entry system would be the best option for us. Now, my husband and I generally drink from the kitchen tap, but we were worried with having a small child at home that she might be drinking from other faucets in the house that would be untreated. Now, the only downside to the point of entry system really is the initial cost, but luckily there are no interest loans available from the state, so we didn't have to wait until we had that extra money available in order to start treating our home immediately. When we got the treatment system installed, we were told that both testing and maintenance are both really important. Once a year we'll go down to the basement and we'll check the water between the 2 treatment tanks, and then we'll also check the water at the kitchen tap. We'll call up our treatment company whenever we need help changing out the sediment filters or every few years when we have to replace the tanks. So we understand that the treatment medium doesn't last forever. All in all though, we are able to treat all of the water in our home with an average long-term maintenance cost of about $1 a day.
You've already tested your water and found it to have high levels of arsenic. The next step is to find a treatment system that fits the needs of your home. Installing a system is easy, affordable, and will increase the value of your home. There are several questions you should ask your treatment professional about the system they will be installing to ensure that you get the right fit for your home. Make sure the system you are having installed treats both arsenic 3 and arsenic 5. Ensure that you are clear on the required maintenance of your system. Ask the treatment professional what options they have for reminding you about scheduled maintenance, and see if they can leave a testing kit at your home after they install the system. Ask your treatment professional if your water has been tested for other contaminants. If your water does have significant traces of other minerals, ask how you can remedy these issues to ensure both higher water quality and a longer lifespan for your treatment system. Check that the volume of water the treatment system processes is enough to meet the needs of your family. To protect yourselves and the ones you love from the harmful effects of arsenic, it's crucial to not only install a treatment system, but to maintain it as well. Be sure to test your water annually, even after you've begun using your system, to make sure your system is still working. To get more information about how to have these treatment systems installed in your home, please visit our website by Googling the New Jersey Arsenic Awareness Initiative. Once there, you'll find resources you need to protect your home, including 0% interest financing options offered by the state of New Jersey. Check the treatment options page for treatment professionals near you. Use the checklist to remind you what questions to ask when considering which system to install. A cost survey summary shows the range of installation costs you may find, and see the frequently asked questions for other questions you may have. By ridding your house of arsenic with a treatment system, you'll have peace of mind knowing that you have clean, safe water for your family to use.
All right. Now, there are lead pipes. We know about the problem about lead pipes, and New Jersey actually has a law that was put in place that requires them to be replaced, I think, by 2030 or something like that, 2028, 2030, something like that. So what do you do if you have lead pipes leading the water to your house? Is the water safe to drink? And the answer is yes. You just need to let the water run for a little while, 30 seconds to 2 minutes before you start getting the drinking water. Because it takes a while for lead from the pipes to seep into the water itself. It needs to be stagnant for a while. But if it's flowing and moving, it's not gonna have the lead in there that'll cause damage to you. So they put together a short 20-second video or whatever this is here about that, and then there's going to be a video showing you
At New Jersey American,
how you could tell if your house has lead pipes or not, supplying the water or in your house. And I'll give you a link to a tool that you can then take a look, confirm, and if you're not sure, you could take pictures in your house of your pipes and then send it, and they'll let you know.
Water. Our business is water. One question we're often asked is there lead in my drinking water? Lead is not naturally found in drinking water. However, lead is sometimes detected in water from older homes and businesses built before 1986, when the Environmental Protection Agency banned the use of lead plumbing. We treat, sample, and closely monitor our water at various points throughout the system to ensure our water complies with all state and federal regulations. While the water coming into your home does not contain lead, if you have lead pipes, your risk of potential exposure to lead increases when the water sits unused for several hours. You can also reduce your potential risk of lead exposure by letting your cold water run for 30 seconds to 2 minutes before drinking or cooking. Water quality and customer safety have always been top priorities here at New Jersey American Water. And with such high quality, strictly regulated, and safely treated water available at your tap, why waste money on bottled water? Learn more about lead and the quality of your drinking water at newjerseyamwater.com/
lead facts. Okay, so here is New Jersey's lead pipe laws pertaining to the requirement of all the pipes by all water companies replacing any lead pipes.
At New Jersey American Water, providing safe, reliable water service is our top priority. The state of New Jersey is now requiring all water providers to share with customers the material of the water service lines leading to their properties, if known. It also requires water utilities to replace all utility-owned and customer-owned lead and galvanized service lines within the next 10 years. If your service lines are lead or galvanized, it does not mean you cannot use water as you normally do. The water provided to you by New Jersey American Water meets state and federal water quality standards, including those for lead. So, how do you know if your service lines are lead or galvanized? You can visit our new interactive webpage and map to learn more at newjerseyamwater.com/leadfacts. Here, customers can enter their address to learn what their service line material is. Simply click on the map, agree to the terms and conditions, and hit OK. Then click on the Find Address field and enter the address. The map will zoom in on the address and show the service line material on the utility and customer side. If your customer-owned side is identified as unknown or you believe it is not accurately identified, we invite you to help identify it and report that information to us. Follow the directions provided, upload a photo, and submit. Below the map, you'll find more information and resources. Click on Our Approach to learn about the steps we take to meet standards for water quality. Click on Assess and Reduce Exposure to learn how you can reduce the potential risk of lead exposure. The FAQ provides additional information and answers to many questions. If the answers to your questions are not found on our webpage, you can ask us directly by completing.
All right. So here's the tool. Here's the interactive tool. Hold on, I got to go to the other slide. I can't copy it off of this one. It has to be the presentation slide that I copy it from. So let me go there. I'm going to share with you guys this link that you could check to see what kind of pipes. There you go. If you click on that tool, this is the way it works. I'll show you on screen here. I'll click on it. It'll take us to that website. And you could scroll down. You could see they show you a scratch test, how you could tell what kind of pipes you have in your home just by watching this video. It shows you how to do a scratch test of your pipes. I could play that for you if you want, but oh, here it is. Here's the scratch test, actually. video. But anywhere in here in this section, you just click anywhere and it opens up. Well, you do not have permission to submit this survey or record. Oh, okay. That's weird. All right. Maybe you got to click here. Complete your service line assessment. That's strange. Well, for you guys, it should work. For me, maybe it's because I've clicked on it a million times. I don't know. Usually when you click in here, it opens up the interactive map. Now, let me go to, what was it in that video? They said AM water / lead facts. Let me try to get back there. Maybe there's if I use that other link that they say to use. NewJerseyAMwater.com /lead facts. NewJerseyAMwater.com /lead facts. And it takes you to the same place. Okay. I've already identified my pipe, so I don't know why this is showing me this. Locating your service line. Okay, so they want you to really do that. Okay, so here's the different tests to see if you've got copper pipes, plastic, stainless steel, or lead. I'm not sure why why their index tool is not coming up for me though. Is it working for anybody else? If you click on that you can see the interactive map? Guys?
I'm going to try right now.
Should be, you click on anywhere in this section here, it should show you that interactive map.
It shows me the same thing with the
survey.
No, it says step 1, locate the water service line, identify the pipe material, then upload a photo.
Yeah, it's showing you the same thing as mine. Okay, so where do we get that pipe material information? Used to be you could search it. You could click on it and search it like they showed. Let's see if I click on pipe material. Well, they just give you that. I guess they removed that interactive map. Let's see, detecting leaks infrastructure. Oh, well, I guess I'll have to look it up. This is the first time that didn't actually work. Okay, but either way, here's the video where you could see.
At New Jersey American Water, drinking water quality is our top priority. That's why we're committed to replacing all lead and galvanized service lines by 2031. To do this, we need your help identifying the material of your service line. It may be made of brass, copper, lead, galvanized steel, or PVC plastic. First, locate your service line. It will be near your main water shutoff valve, typically located in your basement, garage, or crawl space. Next, there are 2 simple tests you can do yourself to identify the material. When you conduct these tests, be sure to look at the section of pipe between the shutoff valve and the wall. For the first test, you will need a magnet, like one from your refrigerator. Put the magnet on the pipe between the wall and valve. If it sticks, your pipe is galvanized steel. A magnet will not stick to lead, copper, brass, or PVC. If the magnet doesn't stick, then you can move on to the second test. Grab a coin or a key and carefully scratch the pipe between the wall and the valve. Lead will scratch easily, revealing shiny silver color beneath. If your pipe reveals a copper or golden color when scratched, it is likely made of copper or brass. If the pipe is plastic, it will most likely be black, white, or blue. Be sure the pipe is not painted when identifying the pipe type. Once you have identified the type of pipe, snap a picture of it. If you perform the scratch test, please include the mark in your photo. Then visit NewJerseyAMWater.com/leadfax. Search your address on the map and submit your photo. Thank you for your help in identifying or confirming the material of your service line. Learn more about our program online.
Before they allowed you to actually search, but right now we're not seeing that right now. That interactive tool is not coming up. Maybe it's just being serviced or doing something on their website, because usually the loading there shows you that feature for the survey does not exist or is not accessible. Okay. Yeah, it's powered by Argus. Okay. Oh, well, you could see the videos on from previous classes where I show where you could click on that interactive map. It may just not be available right now. They may be servicing the website. I don't know, that you can't search it interactively. So let's go back to the slideshow. And underground storage tanks. What do we store underground in storage tanks?
Water?
Well, human waste. We have the septic systems, right? But there's also thousands of chemicals that we store underground in storage tanks. Dry cleaning chemicals, gas, diesel fuel, heating oil, which is the same thing as diesel fuel. It's just a different color. They add a dye to it so that they can make sure that the when it's served at gas stations, diesel is a different color. They add a dye to it. To the one that's for home heating fuel, they add a pink dye to it, so they know that if the tax was paid, the transportation taxes are paid, whether you're using it to heat your home, which you don't have to pay that tax, but when it's at a gas station, you do. So it costs more at the filling stations. So underground storage tanks, when they're no longer in use, they need to be decommissioned, emptied, and filled with an approved aggregate by an EPA certified company to ensure that there's no contamination that is leaked out into the ground. So there's thousands of chemicals that they could be keeping in these underground storage tanks. So here's an example of a big storage tank, oil tank for heating oil in front of this house that was dug out. All right. And there's money that the state makes available for removing oil tanks from grounds and doing cleanups. However, our politicians are so hell-bent on saving the environment that they're going to put it on your back to cover the costs of that. Most lenders won't give you a loan if you have an underground storage tank, especially if it hasn't been insured or decommissioned and removed or filled with an approved aggregate, because it could end up being very costly for them if it ends up leaking. They may want you to have one in your basement or above ground, which is easier to deal with than one that's in the ground and you don't know if it's leaky or not. So I have two videos here about toxic New Jersey and the aspects from the insurance companies, the oil tank removal companies, and the politicians and the DEP, that's the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, that will cover these issues. Now, this is a major issue when we sell houses. Does it have heating oil? And is that tank in the basement? Is it above ground? Or is it in the ground? In the ground is posing the biggest problems for us. So let's take a look.
If there's not an old oil tank corroding beneath your backyard, chances are good there's one in your neighborhood, and insurance won't necessarily cover the astronomical cost of removing it. Tonight, Danger Beneath the Soil. It's a collaboration with a dozen content partners, public radio stations and private news organizations, both Rutgers and Montclair State University, facilitated by the Center for Investigative Reporting. Brenda Flanagan investigates Toxic New Jersey.
It's caked in clay, but looks solid enough as the backhoe gently hoists Joan Fitzgerald's 500-gallon fuel oil tank out of the ground and into the air and deposits it on her front lawn in Clifton. But back in the excavated hole, dark residue stains the dirt, and the odor of petroleum's heavy above the pit.
I can smell it. And you can actually even see it if you look far down there.
Hold on a second. Let me try to get their volume up. Oh, no, it is up.
Environmental consultant Steve Rich chops at the clay. Underneath, holes appear in the 66-year-old steel. Daylight shines through some that are big as dimes.
Those are big holes.
Yeah. There was, I think, unfortunately, quite a bit of oil which might have come out.
I don't know if I could talk to you right now, really. I'm upset. I've been upset all week, and now this puts the icing on the cake.
Joan's tank is only one of an estimated 100,000 fuel oil storage tanks buried underground across New Jersey, ranging in size from a couple hundred gallons to monsters holding thousands of gallons.
How often do you see something like this?
Quite a bit. Maybe 50% of the old tanks, they do have holes. They do leak. They've been in the ground a long time, that's why.
Serious cases where plumes of contamination ride groundwater channels far beyond the tank pits require extreme excavation.
It was pretty bad. As you could see, the house had to be put on piles and beams to remediate the soil.
He figures cleanup will run a couple $100,000. Insurance might cover half. The DEP's notified whenever a critical level of contamination is detected and gets a technical report when it's remediated. Homeowners then get a letter certifying cleanup's complete, and they can't sell the property without it, he says, because banks won't offer mortgages on homes with underground oil tanks. The grant money New Jersey set aside to help compensate homeowners for fuel oil tank removal can't keep up with demand, with a waiting list 1,700 names and 4 years long. So
Some are waiting in and out, and some are walking away from their homes.
Walking away.
They walk away from their homes. It's they just don't have the equity in the property to ultimately pay for remediation and get it cleaned up.
And they're really like the Wild West. You know, you just have these tanks out there that invariably at some point in time are going to leak.
Environmental attorney Stu Lieberman points to New Jersey's 2005 fuel oil tank exclusion policy. It lets insurers opt out of paying for damages from tank removal unless homeowners can prove that oil leaked before 2005.
It's a sin. It's really a crime that the Division of Banking and Insurance allowed the insurance companies in New Jersey to stop covering these things.
The upshot is that there are many homeowners that don't have coverage and don't know that they don't have coverage.
New Jersey's Fuel Merchants Association questions whether lack of DEP oversight on oil tank removals is driving up costs, especially if an insurer is picking up part of the bill to fix those oil leaks that occurred more than a decade ago.
The costs just seem to be a lot more in the insurance world than they might otherwise need to be.
The costs that they sometimes incur for these remediations, it's really a market-driven process. And that's why the costs become so extensive in some cases.
The DEP says regulations permit industrial cleanups to leave behind small amounts of contaminants in the soil. But for home sites, banks and buyers demand much more stringent remediation standards.
There's no ability to obtain a permit to leave any contamination behind.
To help save cleanup costs, the DEP is now considering a controversial fix to relax some cleanup regulations for homeowner tanks of less than 2,000 gallons. Meanwhile, Senator Jennifer Beck's sponsoring legislation that would require insurance companies to start offering fuel oil tank liability policies to homeowners again.
If they don't want it, they have to sign and certify a letter back to the insurer that they don't want it. Otherwise, the homeowner's insurance company must provide it automatically.
Homeowner's insurance was intended to be there for the structure and for your belongings inside. It wasn't there to be a hazardous waste plan.
The insurance lobby says those policy changes and oil tank exclusions were very clear, and insurers do not want to walk it all back a decade later.
At the heart of this, it's an environmental issue. It's an issue of maintenance, it's an issue of warranty, and it's an issue of making sure that you've replaced these tanks.
Back in Clifton, Joan Fitzgerald just heard cleanup will cost $75,000 to remove 125 tons of contaminated dirt. But she says she unwittingly made a mistake by converting to natural gas heat before she removed the oil tank, and that voided her insurance policy.
Do you think State Farm is going to help pay for it?
No,
Why not?
because I just don't think they will. Yeah.
State Farm told NJTV News that it's actively working with Ms. Fitzgerald about her claim. Now, across New Jersey, underground storage tanks and contaminated soils from old gas stations and dry cleaners lurk underground. You might be living right next to one and not even know it. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. In the newsroom, I'm Brenda Flanagan, NJTV News.
All right. So as you can see, it causes a big problem. I'm not going to show the second video. It's going to take a little bit too much time. I don't want to spend all this time watching videos here, but these problems are waiting for our politicians to fix them. Hopefully, we're hoping that the NJDEP they currently hold residential property owners to higher cleanup standards than they do commercial sites, which that's just not right, commercial sites, they're allowed to keep some contaminants, leave some contaminants in the soil, but the homeowner is not allowed to. So for some of them, it could really be a nightmare situation. And this other video actually shows you one of those situations with this one guy that it cost him upwards of $600,000. The insurance company, between the insurance company and money he put into it to try to do this cleanup, and it's still not showing clean soil. And they show you examples of the house being jacked up and how they do the testing and the cleanup by removing the soil. But then in some situations, there's an underground stream. There's water that flows through the dirt. It passes that contamination onto neighbors' properties, which it did in this guy's situation as well. For this video, I usually show here. But either way, what do you do? So if you have cesspools or tight,
if your underground septic tank leaks into your neighbor's yard or their shared soil or stream, now what? Because to me, I'm thinking about like long-term health implications and all types of issues that could be caused beyond like having to clean up.
Well, trust me, there's a lot more commercial sites that are letting contamination into our environment than there are households. And the households that are not letting out nowhere near as much contamination as some of these commercial sites.
True.
Some of them, they started treating and then they moved on to other ones. In New Jersey, we have something called the Superfund. Superfund sites are sites that have a lot of contamination and require immediate attention. And Congress appropriated what's called the Superfund. It's a fund of $9 billion to respond to and clean up and respond to spills. But that $9 billion is for the entire United States. That's not enough to clean up the sites in New Jersey, let alone the entire United States. So they have to prioritize, contaminations, threats to the environment and such, and take responses accordingly. So you could see, and you'll start to see when you're out there in the business what a Superfund cleanup site sign looks like. And when are they ever going to get to it? I mean, look, South Plainfield, they got one of those factories like that with a huge cleanup site. they actually started working on it, and then they stopped, and now they paved over the entire property. But it's also near streams and such where some of that water's contamination is getting out. But it's nowhere near as the problem what we see in northern Jersey, Hackensack River. Huge contamination from a lot. Listen, New Jersey used to, like a lot of states here on the East Coast, we were part of the Industrial Revolution. We created a lot of products here. And unknowingly, some of these chemicals and byproducts were going to be dangerous to humans, so there's a lot of contaminated soil and properties in the area, waterways, etc. Even take a look at the Trenton has that train bridge that has a sign on it. Trenton makes, the world takes, because it's true. We had a lot of industry here in New Jersey, and unfortunately, part of that also dealt with there were no standards in place, so a lot of the contaminated maybe water that was used for cooling systems and such was just let back out into the environment instead of actually recaptured or treated or disposed of properly. And so a lot of those commercial sites, the EPA does not treat as strictly as the New Jersey DEP does for residential properties. And that is a huge cost and burden to the homeowner. So, I'd suggest that you guys watch the second video. We'll just pass it for right now, though. But I suggest you guys watch that one on your own time. Here, I'll give you this video. There's actually even a third one, but only the two ones really matter, and that's these two. So we have, as far as sewage goes, if you're not connected to city sewers, you'd have a tight tank, cesspool, or a septic tank. Septic tanks are the most up-to-date private sewage treatment systems that you would have on your own property. So if you do have a cesspool or tight tank, legislation was passed in 2012 that requires that it be removed and replaced with a septic system or tied to city services, according to New Jersey Septic Code NJAC 79A. Okay. But we don't need to know that for exams. But you should know it if you come across them. So here's a septic tank, what it looks like. A cutaway from the side. This is a 2-compartment septic tank where all the solids go to the bottom, and the sludge floats to the top, and the liquid, which they call effluent, is in the center. Every gallon of liquid that goes in, 1 gallon flows out of the tank. And it goes into the second compartment, which should have a filter here. And then only liquid is allowed to exit and then gets filtered out through the gravel and the natural bacteria, which would then further clean any dangerous bacteria. And kill that bacteria, so letting it back into the environment. I'll have a video in a later chapter that shows you how septic systems work from this old house. Oh, I got one right. Oh, this is a different video on it from Michigan.
Septic systems to treat their household waste. These systems are underground, so are easy to ignore. But lack of proper care can result in costly problems that hurt our pocketbooks and our environment.
That's them installing a septic system.
Understanding your septic system is the first step to keeping it working properly. Here's how it works. When the wastewater from the house enters the tank, some of the solids settle to the bottom, and other waste such as oils and fats float to the top. Only the liquid from the middle zone leaves the tank for the drain field, where it flows through a series of pipes with openings that allow the water to percolate into gravel surrounding the pipes. As the wastewater moves into the gravel and the soil underneath, the contaminants in the sewage are filtered and treated with bacteria that occur naturally in the soil. Let's look at a few common myths. This family just paid $10,000 for their new septic system.
Now our system will last forever.
No way. The average life of a septic field is only 20 years.
But until then, we can use it without a care.
Actually, no. They must be treated carefully or they will fail even sooner.
What goes down our drains is gone for good.
Wrong again. Americans pump over 4 billion gallons of wastewater a day underground, and it doesn't just disappear. Septic systems connect to our environment. After being treated in our septic tanks and drain fields, wastewater re-enters our groundwater, streams, and lakes. Improperly treated household wastewater can contaminate our well water, swimming beaches, and wildlife habitat. Following a few simple guidelines will ensure your system works effectively. For instance, provide a barrier so vehicles don't drive or park over it. Compaction can remove the air spaces in the gravel, so critical to the percolation process. Tanks must be pumped regularly to remove the built-up sludge and scum layers. If there is not enough room in the tank for proper settling to occur, solids and fats can be pushed out before the tank can do its job. Solids that leave the tank can clog the pores between the stones. This will cause the drain field to become saturated and unable to treat the sewage, allowing contaminants to reach our environment and the system to back up.
Oh no.
It's really important to be careful what you put down your drain. Put fats in the trash so they don't clog up your system.
This is true even when you're dealing with public systems, if you have public sewers. Because I've seen some videos about how the water companies have to deal with the sewer pipes and all the stuff that we flush down toilets or put down the drains with everything with the food processors, that the garbage disposals to the people flushing those flushable wipes. Oh, I got a video I could show you on that. They actually, the greases, the hair, the flushable wipes, as they get in the sewer pipes, they actually clog it and it becomes like concrete. They actually have to cut out sections of pipe and replace it. They call them fatbergers or fatbergs, something like that. I forget what those guys that work on the sewer pipes call it, but it becomes really compact. Those environmentally friendly flushable wipes, do not flush them. They do not break down.
Don't rely on your garbage disposal to get rid of food scraps. Compost or trash them instead. Gardens love your coffee grounds, but septics hate them.
That's actually a pretty good tip for you right there. Your old coffee grounds, if you have a garden or plants, you pour the coffee grounds, you mix it in with the dirt, the soil. It's nutritious for the plants. The plants do love them.
Drains aren't trash cans. These are some of the worst cloggers. Put them in your trash, not down your drain. And just because a label says it's flushable or biodegradable does not mean it's safe for septics. And septics do not remove chemicals. Take things like solvents, paints, and pesticides to your local household hazardous waste collection site. Septic systems also don't remove the chemicals in medicines, and these compounds are showing up in our lakes and streams, posing a danger to wildlife. So wrap and trash them instead. Phosphates are found in most dishwasher detergents and are not removed by septics. They end up in lakes and streams where they cause an overgrowth of algae, which fouls our beaches and removes vital oxygen from the water. Look for phosphate-free. As each gallon enters the tank, an equal amount is pushed out. The tank needs time to do its job properly, so don't use a lot of water-producing appliances all at once, and don't let water run unnecessarily. Until you need it, turn it off. And save up for full loads of laundry instead of lots of little ones. Buy low-flow toilets and replace old laundry machines, shower heads, faucets, and dishwashers with the new ones that follow today's water-saving standards. If you have a leaky faucet or toilet, fix it immediately. Even a slow leak can overwhelm your system. Watering over the drain field can also lead to saturation and septic system failure. Remember, it's all connected. For yourself and for future generations, please take good care of your septic system.
Yeah, septic systems, they do require a bit of maintenance. You know, if you're using cleaning materials, make sure that they're not antibacterial, because you could be killing the good bacteria that's required to maintain those septic systems too. All right, here, let's give an after lunch attendance poll right now. And so let's recap that. Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act created had Congress create a fund called the Super Fund of $9 billion in 1980 to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and respond to spills. Obviously, with inflation and stuff, it costs more to do cleanups. If Congress was serious about doing any cleanups, they would allocate more than $9 billion to that. That's for the entire United States, not just New Jersey. So they have to be selective and prioritize which sites that they're going to use that money to clean up periodically. Now, under CERCLA, who's responsible if there's a release or threat of a release of a hazardous substance into the environment? It's always the property owner. Whether they're the cause of that hazardous substance releasing into the environment or not, your response as the property owner, it's your property, you're responsible for the cleanup. So that may not be fair, but it is what it is. Do your research before you buy a property. Check, make sure that there's been no ground contaminations or spills, because you as the property owner would be the one that's responsible for that cleanup, regardless if it's your fault or not. So they also have the Reauthorization Act called SARA, which replenishes that super fund periodically. The fund is administered by the EPA, but the EPA works with local environmental agencies when states have them. And New Jersey has the DEP. So the DEP is the one that's responsible for administering those funds and monitoring the cleanup sites. Now, don't forget, liability under the Superfund is on the landowner, regardless if they're responsible or not. They could always search for the person who is responsible for the contamination and seek to get reimbursed from them later. And the state of New Jersey has something called ISRA. That's the Industrial Site Recovery Act. And we have other laws like Wetlands Protection Acts, which cover commercial and industrial sites. So anytime a commercial or industrial site the business is shut down or is sold, the grounds need to be tested and there needs to be a cleanup done. You guys ever see gas stations where they close down, then all of a sudden they put the fence up and then they're digging the gas tank, the storage tanks for the fuel out of the ground? That's because either they shut down or they change ownership. So let's do the highlight of CERCLA and the liability of CERCLA. And let me know when you got it.
Got it.
Got it.
I have it too. I just didn't mind through a thumbs up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right. So ISRA, that's the Industrial Site Recovery Act, deals with commercial properties. Anytime they're closed, sold, or otherwise change ownership, they got to do testing of the ground and do the cleanup. This is why sometimes you may see that as gas stations, they dig up the gas tanks and then they replace them. and then they reopen, and then they close again, and then they're digging up those gas stations again, sometimes multiple times within a year, because maybe they sold. And the laws are black and white, these environmental laws. There's no gray area. They'll use common sense, like, hey, we just dug these up and replaced them already and did the testing. Well, we got to do it again because we're shutting down the business or because we're transferring the ownership. That actually creates more waste that ends up going to landfills and, messes up the environment. But that's the way politicians wrote the laws. So, the Wetlands Act covers any of the wetlands in New Jersey. Regulated activities include, but are not limited to, draining, dredging, excavating or removing soil, mud, or sand, dumping or depositing any rubbish or similar material, discharging any liquid waste or erecting structures, driving pilings for piers, or placing obstructions, whether or not they change the tidal ebb or flow, are regulated by the DEP. That's the New Jersey agency. Additional legislation has been enacted that requires persons to apply to the commissioner for a permit before they erect manufacturing, processing, or housing facilities in coastal areas that tend to pollute the marine environment. Permits are granted on the basis of the applicant's preparation for meeting established environmental standards and preserving the natural ecological balance for these areas. So it says see page 344 and 345. It just goes over the different laws. And basically, there's usually a self-naming law. So if you get a question that says, what gives the DEP the authority to regulate these areas? Well, in the highlands, it's the Highlands Water Protection Act. In the Pinelands, it's the Pine Barrens Protection Act. In the wetlands, the Wetlands Protection Act. And the coastal areas, it's CAFRA, the Coastal Area Facility Review Act, and the Waterfront Development Act. So there's a guide actually that was created by the DEP called Buy Bob. It stands for Before You Buy, Before You Build. So any construction that can be undertaken in these environmentally sensitive areas, you have to first get permission, not just from your local municipality to do construction, but maybe also from the DEP, which regulates these areas from any construction. So Buy Bob is the guide for that. Let's see, additional government powers. We have public access to beaches that state that they should be open to everybody on an equal basis. Landmark preservation sites, well, you may need to get permission from historical societies, but typically renovation is allowed on the exterior, but not on the, on the interior. But the exterior, anything has to keep that historic look about it. But if it's a landmark preservation site, the interior may also be regulated. Historic districts, the homeowner may be restricted that they cannot change the exterior look or footprint of the building. So for you, as real estate agents, pay attention to this. We have many historic sections of town. Just about every town has a historic section in New Jersey, right? So if you are in a historic section of town and you're showing properties to buyers, be careful with your puffing. What is puffing? It is exaggerated statements as opinion that are done as part of salesmanship. Be careful when puffing. You don't want to mislead people. Remember, your statements must be accurate. So if you're selling a home that's in a historic district, or even if it's just a buyer you're working with and it's not your listing, and you're showing homes in historic sections of town, be careful with puffing and telling people, oh, you could always put an addition on here, or you could put a deck here or a swimming pool back here. Because if it is in a historic section of town, they need to get the permission from the local historic society, not just the building department. but also the Historic Society regulates those areas. And typically, they do not like you changing the exterior look of a building, let alone its footprint. And they may not be able to do so. And if they bought that property because you told them, you could always put an addition on here, and then it turns out that they can't, they could be suing you for over that. So, public beaches should be open to the public on an equal basis. Landmark preservation in historic districts, let's highlight regulations setting up local historic areas or landmark preservation districts may restrict an owner's right to alter certain older buildings on the exterior. Although the interior remodeling, you could usually do to your heart's content. They're free from regulation. Okay. This chapter. So let's do the key terms to review for chapter 9. There is one long key term to review. Before we get started, next to letter F, right above it at the beginning of the line, the word proposed. This way it says a proposed use that does not meet the current zoning requirements, okay? So let's start off with letter A now. A limit on the use of property set by the seller.
Is it deed restriction?
It is deed restriction. 7 is A. Very good. Standards for construction. What's the state's minimum standard for construction that everybody needs to follow?
A building code.
Building codes. 2 is B. Government's power to take property for public use. What do we call the government's power to take your property?
Robbery.
Eminent domain.
Eminent domain.
What letter is that?
9 is C. Eminent domain. Permission for construction.
Permit.
It's a building permit. 3 is D. Inspector's approval for human habitation.
Inspector's approval
for human habitation of a building. Yep.
The certificate of occupancy.
A certificate of occupancy. 5 is E. A proposed use that does not meet the zoning requirements.
Variance.
As soon.
A variance would be correct. It was 17 is F. That's a proposed use.
Thank you.
Primary method by which local governments recognize developmental goals.
Master plan.
It's all a part of the master plan. 13 is G. New Jersey agency overseeing natural resources.
Jersey agency.
Is it New Jersey EPA?
Well, New Jersey has the DEP, so it's DEP, yes. EPA, that's the Environmental Protection Agency, that's the federal, but you said New Jersey, so I know you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not looking at it. What letter is it, please?
DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection. So 8 is H.
Thank you.
8 is H.
H.
And 4 is I. They're just looking for, they read it out and they're looking for the abbreviation of for CERCLA. So 4 is I. Reversion of property to the state when intestate owner dies without heirs.
Escheat.
Escheat. 10 is J. discriminatory local regulations.
I want to say redlining.
Discriminatory local regulations.
Exclusionary zoning?
Exclusionary zoning. 11 is K. So what did exclusionary zoning laws, who was being excluded?
Protected classes.
Well, this is basically coming from the Mount Laurel court decisions. Remember, it made exclusionary zoning illegal?
Based on income.
So yeah, it discriminated against the poorer people who couldn't afford to buy larger lots to build a home on. So effectively, they were being priced out of the area or excluded from areas because they required them to own more land in order to build a house. So 11 is K. Court action by which government takes property using the powers of eminent domain.
Police power?
No. Eminent domain is the government's power to take the property, but the actual taking through the court system is called what?
Condemnation.
Condemnation. Correct. 6 is L. Condemnation. Municipal restriction on use of real estate in various areas.
Non-conforming use?
No. The municipality's restriction on how you could use the real estate.
Zoning ordinance.
Zoning ordinances. 18 is M. Existing use that does not meet the current zoning standards. But then again, it doesn't have to because it was being used for that purpose before the zoning laws were created or changed.
Exclusionary zoning?
We already did exclusionary zoning. It was 11 was K.
Non-conforming use.
A non-conforming use. 14 is N. You know, if you're using a property that doesn't meet the current zoning requirements, it doesn't need to, because you've been using it for that purpose before they ever created the zoning laws or they were changed. So it's said that your property's been grandfathered for its use. It's been there before the zoning laws. It's old, like grandpa, right? Your use. So 14 is N. Once widely used wall covering containing a now banned metal.
Asbestos.
Nope.
It's a lead based on paint.
Lead-based paint. Lead is the metal. Lead-based paint. 12 is O. A naturally occurring radioactive gas.
Radon.
Radon. 16 is P. And do you know what the dangerous levels of radon that require remediation are? That you need to know for exam.
0.4.
No.
Lower than that. No, higher than. No. Yeah, higher than 0.4.
Well, not 0.4.
Not
0.4.
0.04.
4. Just 4. 4 picocuries.
Okay.
We knew it. We just had to place the decimal point in the right spot.
Exactly.
No decimal point. Just 4. 4 picocuries. Walking around outside, you're exposed to 0.4 picocuries of radon.
Okay. 4.
So a picocurie is a minuscule measurement of gas in the air. So 4 picocuries per liter is the amount, and you'll need to know that for exam. So right there next to radon, 4 PCI or 4 PCI / capital letter L.
Per liter, got it. 4.
That's 4 picocuries per liter. The government's right to regulate for health and safety.
Police power.
Yes, the police power. 15 is Q. And now banned hazardous mineral once used for insulation.
Asbestos.
That's asbestos. Yes, 1 is R. And that concludes chapter 9. They only had that one key term to review there, so that concludes chapter 9.